in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
We will hear from President Biden tonight. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Back from his trip to Israel yesterday, he will address us from the Oval Office at 8 p.m. Eastern.
During President Biden's visit to Israel, he pledged $100 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza and the West Bank following that deadly hospital blast that killed hundreds of people on Tuesday. He says despite pledging his unfettered support for Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not trying to block that money.
That's Fox's Brooke Singman. Now, the president says U.S. intelligence agrees with Israel, which says evidence shows it was a rocket terrorist aimed at Israel that misfired, causing that hospital bombing. Fox's Trey Yingst reports near the Gaza border there hasn't been much rocket fire lately.
The factions inside Gaza clearly trying to preserve what rocket stockpiles they have left. And we do know the Israelis continued their airstrikes overnight against Gaza. Officials inside the Strip indicating today that at least 2 Hamas Political Bureau members were killed overnight.
He also reports Hezbollah militants did launch attacks from Lebanon. Jim Jordan may try again today to be House Speaker after 2 failed attempts. Congressman Dan Muser tells Fox Business.
I think he would actually unite our party. I know my constituents, the vast majority of them, A, like Jim Jordan, and B, they want to see this get done.
But 22 of his fellow Republicans voted against Jordan. And some report they've gotten threats from his supporters, which the conservative Jordan is condemned. It took 18 years, but Joran van der Sloot has finally admitted it. He killed Natalie Holloway, the Alabama teen who went missing on a trip to Aruba, hitting her with a cinder block on a beach, then dumping the body in the ocean.
I still miss her every day. It's been a very long and painful journey, but we finally got the answers we've been searching for all these years.
Natalie's mother, Beth Holloway, outside the court where van der Sloot got a 20-year sentence and a plea deal, but not for murder, for extortion and wire fraud, for trying to get Beth Holloway to pay him for information. America's listening to Fox News.
57 degrees. Cloud showers on the way again for the morning after overnight rain. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead after he was shot by a deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called yesterday to a home on Barbary Court. There, they found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood all around him. As the deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up, immediately retrieved a meat cleaver next to him, lunged at the deputy. Only then did the deputy open fire, sending that man to the hospital where he later died. That incident is undergoing a full investigation. A teen who was mistakenly shot by a Des Plaines police officer on Chicago's Northwest Side in 2019 is receiving a settlement of nearly $2 million. The city of Des Plaines signed off this week on that payout for Rylan Wilder. Authorities are investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint in Schaumburg. The FBI says a man entered the U.S. Bank on Meacham Road yesterday morning, displayed a handgun, and demanded money. He fled with an undisclosed amount. No arrests were made. One person is dead, another badly hurt after a high-speed crash following a reported home invasion in Round Lake Beach Wednesday afternoon. It happened around 4:15 in the 100 block of Beachview Drive. As Round Lake police were driving to that residence, they spotted a fleeing Nissan sedan. Officers declined to pursue, avoiding any potential safety issues, but later that driver lost control, slammed into 2 parked cars, and that injured a 55-year-old bystander. 3 public hearings will soon be conducted by Illinois State Police to hear comments and questions about the state's banned firearms registry. AM 560's Greg Bishop has more this morning from Springfield.
As part of Illinois' gun and magazine ban, those with such firearms must register or face penalties. Tuesday, a legislative panel recommended Illinois State Police provide better definitions of what's to be registered and hold public hearings. ISP said they'll schedule 2 more. One's already scheduled for committee room that seats 100 at the Capitol Complex in Springfield early next month. Dan Eldridge with Federal Firearms Licensees of Illinois said a small committee room for such a big issue makes no sense.
I expect that attendance at these hearings is going to be well in excess of what they could fit into that room. You know, these rules are serious business. There's compliance risk for FFLs. There's compliance risk for manufacturers and customers, gun owners. We're talking about possible felony charges.
I'm Greg Bishop.
The Springfield hearing will be Thursday, November 2nd at 9:30 a.m. It's never a good idea to speed with over $80,000 worth of drugs in your car. The sheriff in Kenosha says a Chicago woman learned that hard lesson this week when deputies found 2,700 THC vape cartridges in her car during a traffic stop. Deputies went on to say Ashley Bermudez admitted to having a, quote, little marijuana, end quote, in her car. In all, the sheriff's office says the 2,700 vape cartridges are worth about $81,000. Protests in Chicago continue to show support for Palestinian causes. This protester was one of a few thousand who rallied in Federal Plaza yesterday.
It is the duty of our Congress people and the Biden administration to demand that Israel stop its bombing immediately.
It was the third protest this week. Demonstrations have condemned the rising death toll in the war between Israel and Hamas terrorists. 3 weeks after being confirmed as Chicago's police superintendent, Larry Snelling is laying out his vision for the city's embattled police department. Job 1, rallying the community behind his department.
I want to be clear, transparent, so that the community understands what the police are dealing with and that they understand that our police department is out there for the safety of every community.
Snelling went on to say that the mayor's office and Mayor Brandon Johnson have been hands-off on his department so far and says he'll back officers attacked at aggressive rallies and street disturbances.
If they're physically attacked and they respond physically to that attack to stop it, that we're going to back our officers.
Snelling takes over a department partially defunded and down nearly 1,500 officers from 2019. As Governor J.B. Pritzker continues his frenzied push for 1 million electric vehicles on Illinois roads by 2030, many legislators are now saying Pritzker is pushing an unrealistic plan. On Tuesday, Pritzker promoted the progressive plan in front of stakeholders at the Illinois Medium and Heavy-Duty Electric Vehicle Policy Boot Camp.
It's investments like these and more that are meeting the needs of industry while creating opportunities for hardworking Illinoisans at every turn.
However, State Representative David Freese spoke for many, saying Pritzker's plan is unrealistic and unaffordable.
People do not have that money lying around to buy an EV. They just don't. The average working person and lower middle income, they don't have that kind of money.
The average cost of an EV in Illinois is nearly $40,000. Utility customers across Illinois could soon see a massive increase in their natural gas bills, with zero input from taxpayers. It's an administrative law judge at the Illinois Commerce Commission that recommended the rate increase for 4 gas companies, including the regulated monopolies of Ameren, Illinois, Nicor, Peoples Gas, and North Shore Gas. A deadline is coming up for Illinois small business owners to offer their own retirement programs or impose the state's program on their employees. Final deadline for companies that have 5 to 15 employees to comply is November 1st. Employers who don't go along with the new forced savings program will be subject to fines and penalties. Blackhawks finish a 5-game road trip when they visit Colorado tonight. Bulls wrap up exhibition play with a game against the Timberwolves at the UC. Justin Fields' status for this Sunday remains up in the air after the Bears' first injury report of Week 7. Fields has a swollen and dislocated thumb. Baseball, Astros pick up a crucial win in the ALCS, downing the Rangers 8-5 in Game 3. The news, a service of Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns. Saturdays at noon, enjoy weekly discussions to a secure retirement. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka can see the truth.
We now know that in the first 12 months, under the Biden open border regime, more than 110,000 Americans were killed from illicit drugs, including fentanyl. And that is a direct result of the man who's aiding and abetting the cartels from the White House.
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Scott Tucker believes retirement planning should be easy, and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Scott created the Retirement Decoded Toolkit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of his latest book, Escape Illinois: Should I Stay or Should I Go? This book will provide insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get your free Retirement Decoded Toolkit, text KIT, K-I-T, to 847-474-3888, or go to retirementdecoded.com. Now, in addition to the book, you'll also receive resources on retirement's most common concerns. Get your Retirement Decoded Toolkit from Scott Tucker right now by texting KIT to 847-474-3888, or go to retirementdecoded.com. Investment advisory products and services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC. A registered investment advisor, this is a paid placement.
Dan Proft here for Northridge Prep. Northridge Prep is a great place to be a boy. What does that mean exactly? In short, it's thanks to a foundation of an all-boys environment that builds your son up into a man of intellect and character who loves God. The teachers and faculty members become mentors to students. And when you combine that with an atmosphere that's fun, competitive, and challenging, it creates an exceptional experience for your son. And the result is that the boys just love Northridge. They've been educating boys for nearly 50 years. And one of the things that stands out to me is their commitment to partnering with parents. Now, you hear this a lot with schools, but at Northridge, the parents can't stop talking about it. They built a community that really works together. Raising kids is difficult these days, and at Northridge, you can be confident your son is on the right path. They're having an open house on Sunday, October 22nd, for boys in grades 6 through 12. Register today at northridgeprep.org. Again, that open house is Sunday, October 22nd. Register at northridgeprep.org.
It's 5:12 on AM 560, The Answer. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time now, a service of Blindster.com. Blindster.com can help you save big on custom full wood blinds, shutters, and cellular shades. Shop Blindster today. Save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores at Blindster.com. 8094, you've got a disabled vehicle. Eastbound between Grant and Broadway to start the morning. I-57 outbound at 127. Construction blocking an entrance ramp. I-55 bad accident southbound between Route 53 and the Veterans Parkway. 3-car accident, 2 vehicles in a semi. One has spun off into the ditch. As you're traveling on the Stevenson inbound, the main line, right now this morning, 22 in to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Well, we get the latest this morning with our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Mostly cloudy for today. Couple of showers around. The high 62. Clouds and some showers tonight, low 52. Morning shower in spots tomorrow. Partly sunny with a high 62. And then variable cloudiness. A shower on Saturday, the high 58. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
56 at O'Hare. 55 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update, 5:30. Breaking news as it happens. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Building owners, property managers, and chief engineers, this one's for you.
Hello, this is Bruce Diedrich with Waukegan Roofing, your professional roofer. Everything starts on top. Your investment, your building, and everything in it is protected by your roof. it needs to be in good shape. That's where we can help. If it needs to be repaired or replaced, or you think it might, call us. Let's find out. Here's the number.
847-623-1625.
At Waukegan Roofing, our employees are union-trained roofing professionals with OSHA safety training certifications and have thorough knowledge and expertise regarding the various roofing systems we sell, maintain, and install. We know commercial roofing systems because that's all we do. Over 110 years of doing commercial roofs. Waukegan Roofing has the slogan,
Roofs you can rely on.
Because you can. Here's the number to call.
847-623-1625.
And get the info at waukeganroofing.com. waukeganroofing.com.
By the Hand Club for Kids exists to help children who live in under-resourced neighborhoods have abundant life. God is transforming our city through By the Hand. I know this for a fact because I am a student at By the Hand, and my life has been drastically changed as a result of it. Learn more at salem.bythehand.org. That's salem.bythehand.org.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. You may have heard me on the radio sharing information about taxes, the IRS, or some other legal topic. Over these many years, I've learned quite a lot about helping business owners. It's pretty complicated out there. Business owners must always be learning just to keep up. So I've put together an email newsletter where I share information with business owners for free. That's right, no charge. All you have to do is go to radiotaxman.com and provide your email address. That's it. You may wonder why I would do that. Well, I know business owners are going to need help now and again. Tax returns, IRS trouble, business structuring, tax planning, and a whole lot more. I also know that if I share accurate, important information with you, information you can trust, you may give me an opportunity to help you. That's it. You don't have to ask for my help, but I want to offer it to you. Pretty simple. Go to radiotaxman.com right now and sign up for my email newsletter. That's radiotaxman.com. It's free. Together we can fight back now.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century with IoT Smart Connected Scanning. It's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts, knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
It seems like everyone is on a complicated diet these days. Gluten-free, keto, metabolic, sugar-free. And with these diets comes special dietary protocol and food products. You can find plenty of advice on your social media sites, but you need expertise to purchase the right food items. A visit to Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop is necessary to shop the best food choices for a medical diet or health plan. Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop stocks all the hard-to-find foods you're looking for, like wheat and dairy alternatives, sugar-free baking mixes, healthy snacks, and more. There's no longer a reason to put off that diet you're supposed to be on when you have Lil's. The staff has personally researched and vetted each item in the store and has plenty of choices in stock.
Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop on 111th Street in Mount Greenwood on the south side of Chicago. Stop in and shop in person or order online at lilsdietary.com and get your items shipped right to your home. lilsdietary.com. Shop, learn, and be healthy.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group at pureshalefinancial.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy want to begin this morning by updating a story we started with yesterday morning, and that's the story of Sal Herrera, the bartender who was killed, murdered on the near west side of Chicago, coming home after his work and stopping to intervene when he saw a group of individuals breaking into a car. So one of the things I didn't appreciate, the reporting was a little confusing yesterday when we spoke about it, was not that he just started at working at Butterfield Country Club in Oakbrook when he was 14, but that he had worked there the past 28 years, including
This is a moment
up until the day
I don't know.
including up until the day that he was murdered.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's been at Butterfield Country Club the whole time. I started to appreciate that when friends of mine at Butterfield Country Club got word of this and started talking about it and posting about it. You can see some of their posts on my Twitter feed or X feed. Got to help Elon Musk with his branding. Responding to the news of his murder. By the way, the membership, I understand, at Butterfield Country Club, including our friend Kevin Bastuga from Signature Bank, he's there, are passing the hat to raise money for his family.
Oh, that's nice.
But there's a lot of interesting responses and people that are understandably upset. Speaking of Bastuga, he tweeted, "Sal was an absolute gem, soft-spoken, hardworking family man who always had a smile for you. He was a friend to everyone he met. He's deeply missed." Another, Brian Tack, a great man with a sweet soul who always had a smile. Sal will be sorely missed. Let me see, just some others here that posted. Dean Duceus, he was a loving member of our BCC family, gone way too soon. Here Comes Hoover is the handle on Twitter. He was a beautiful man. His family helped raise me when I was a baby. Man was my big brother and absolutely the kindest man I've ever known. He was legitimate and too good for this world. I love Salvador and will miss you, brother. And so on and so forth. So the reviews of Sal Herrera continue to pour in, and hopefully so. Hopefully they will continue to, because as we discussed yesterday, so you're looking for examples to extol, even in tragedy. Since we have to talk about all the bad examples all the time. Well, here was a good example. 14 years old at Butterfield Country Club, working to help his family after his father died at that young age, all the way to 42 the entire time. And obviously the people that knew him professionally and personally are speaking up about him and confirming what appeared to be true, was that nice young man, played by the rules, intervened when he didn't have to. And in Chicago, where people who play by the rules are not rewarded for doing so, he paid for being a good Samaritan with his life. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, Turnkey.Pro text line.
I know, it's so sad because, when you were off, we talked about how I saw 4 guys breaking into a car, and normally I would stop or honk my horn or do anything, and the most I could do is just call 911 because I didn't want to. I just the fact that he was brave enough to do it and wanted to make a stand, good for him. But I don't think it's 10 years ago. Yes, now no, because they don't care. They will kill you. They do not care. I don't know where they have no soul. They're soulless people. I don't. It's so weird to live in this world.
Well, think about that too. I mean, so you're part of a crew that's breaking into a car. You know that even if you're caught breaking into a car, that's not even a crime in Chicago anymore. I don't think so. But somebody happens upon you, so sees you, so could identify you, and you respond by shooting and killing him.
Why?
You know, to go from a breaking into a car to the possibility of a murder rap, and you probably think the same thing about killing someone that you do about breaking into a car. There's no accountability here.
Why? I mean, what, to steal a catalytic converter? Possibly, you're killing somebody for that.
Well, again, the individual whose car was broken into said the second time it happened, same spot. He also said he heard the gunshots and was too afraid to come out. And he said he essentially said he apologized to Sal Herrera's family for not, but he said the whole city owes him an apology. The family an apology. He's sort of right about that. The whole city does. Yeah. More apologies may need to be forthcoming as well. That's where things are at. Daniel Schmidt is a University of Chicago student. I think he's part of that Chicago thinker mafia there that embarrassed Brian Stelter and these other leftists that came to campus to participate in panels for David Axelrod's Institute of Political Skullduggery. Anyway, he writes this about crime in Hyde Park. University of Chicago, where I'm a student, has become completely unsafe. One of the best universities in the world, yet at least 10 students have been mugged at gunpoint in 4 days. This was posted yesterday. The administration is accepting it as normal. They won't even release info on what thugs look like, despite the victims reporting they are a bunch of young black guys who have done mugging after mugging and gotten away with it. University of Chicago, arguably the most intellectually demanding school in America, yes, that is arguable, has been reduced to a playing ground for black criminals. None of the students will speak up because they fear being called racist. None of the administrators will do anything because they fear being called racist. Is this all deserved then? Question mark. Perhaps, but consider the bigger picture. Everyone's great in America. Everything once great in America, is now unrecognizable because the people who inherited it are too afraid of being called racist. John D. Rockefeller founded University of Chicago. Imagine telling him his chair school would turn into this. There's something profoundly wrong about that. If you're a parent of a high schooler, I would advise against letting your kid apply here. It's not safe. What a disgrace. And he's posted the incident reports of the muggings at gunpoint that he was describing. There's Hyde Park for you.
Well,
Obama's old stomping ground.
Yeah, I know. It's so safe, and Kenwood's real next door. But that story of 20-year-old Max Lewis, who was on the Green Line, he was a junior at University of Chicago coming home from an internship from downtown and got struck in the neck, hit in the neck with a bullet. And he used his eyes to tell his mother that he doesn't want to live anymore because he couldn't breathe on his own. And that story because your story here is sticking with you. That story will stick with me forever because that was so horrific and such a senseless crime.
Joe in Hoffman Estates on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. My brother in Schaumburg got his car stolen off the driveway. The Ring camera showed 3 black guys. They looked like kids. They stole it. Mm-hmm. He called the police. Police showed up, and they said that don't even bother. What are you going to do, press charges on them? They know where you live. And if they go to court, they'll probably be out in 6 months. And there's no sense. So the car's gone. He's just out of a car, and that's it. That's Illinois. It's not even Chicago. That's everywhere.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Coming up at 5:38, Meet the climatology professor at the School of the Art Institute. Why does the Art Institute need a climatology professor? Good question. But that's not why we're introducing you to Mika Tosca. That's what she had to say about not just Israel, but Jewish people here in Chicago, this welcoming city, at 5:38.
And later, is Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib promoting an insurrection? We'll explain, but now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
529, 57 degrees, and a Lebanese news outlet is saying 2 U.S. military bases have come under attack in Syria. The claim is that there was a drone attack on a U.S. base near Syria's border with Iraq and a missile attack at a northern base. The U.S. is vetoing a UN resolution that called for a pause in the Israel-Hamas war. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield blaming Palestinian militant group Hamas for the crisis. President Biden will address the nation tonight about the war in the Gaza Strip. Biden once again confirming the Gaza hospital was damaged by a rocket fire by Islamic militants.
Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if a different footprint.
Biden also says he's working on getting Americans kidnapped by Hamas freed. The U.S. Capitol Police say 300 Jewish so-called activists supporting Palestine have been arrested at the U.S. Capitol. Meantime, at the Capitol, another vote for Speaker of the House expected later today. This after Congressman Jim Jordan fell short of the 217 needed to be elected. Oklahoma Representative Tom Cole says Jordan is focused on reining in government spending.
I've read H.R. 2. I've seen what his committee produced. And it's not just money, it's policy and change that will provide security for the American people.
The chamber has been unable to move legislation following Kevin McCarthy's ouster a few weeks ago. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez's wife and 3 other alleged co-conspirators are pleading not guilty to a revised indictment in their complex bribery scheme. The senator, his wife, and the third person were charged last week with conspiring to use Menendez as an agent of the Egyptian government. Earthquake drills will be held around the world today for the International Shakeout Day. Schools and workplaces will hold drills worldwide. A man is dead, shot by a deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called out yesterday to a home on Barberry Court, found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood around him. As the deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up, immediately retrieved a meat cleaver that was next to him, and lunged at the deputy. Only then did the deputy draw his service weapon and open fire, sending that man to the hospital, where he later died. The incident is under investigation. A man charged in a mass shooting in March near Northwestern University is pleading guilty to amended charges. Damon Wilson Jr. entered the guilty plea yesterday to 1 count of second-degree murder. 1 person was killed, 10 hurt when shots were fired at a near-campus house party on March 27. Governor Pritzker is launching a national nonprofit designed to expand the pro-abortion message in other states. Pritzker says his Think Big America will push back against what he calls right-wing extremism.
Women's health, abortion rights, the right to choose. These are fundamental rights, regardless of your income, regardless of where you live or who you are.
Think Big America says the group will build on progressive politics that Pritzker's administration has made a cornerstone. DePaul has hired former Blue Demon and NBA star Mark Aguirre as a special assistant to the athletic director. Aguirre grew up here in Chicago, starred as a freshman on that famous 1979 Final Four team. He was a 2-time consensus All-American and 2-time NBA champ. Blackhawks finish a 5-game road swing when they visit Colorado tonight, coming off a 4-1 win over Toronto. Bulls wrap up exhibition play against the Timberwolves at the UC later tonight. Jacksonville set to face off against New Orleans on Thursday night football. The news, a service of Dan and Amy 24/7. You can now enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson Around the clock, all day, every day. Listen now, danandamy247.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
A message brought to you by Paul Davis Restoration of North Chicago. It's a beautiful summer day in the Midwest. No clouds in sight, but on the horizon we spot trouble.
Oh no! I just received a call from my condo building manager, and 3 floors burned in a fire last night. My unit was severely damaged from soot and smoke. Now what do I do? Who do I call?
You call Paul Davis Restoration. Nobody expects to experience an insurance loss. The truth is, fires, floods, tornadoes, hail, and just plain bad things happen to over 1 million homeowners annually. You could be one of them. Whether you face a business or residential catastrophe, Paul Davis Restoration is ready to help you from the instant the fire is out, the tornado has passed through, or the floodwaters have receded. We have a 25,000 square foot warehouse within minutes of the Chicago Loop and can pack out clean, restore your items, and return them to you in record time. Visit Paul Davis Restoration online at pauldavischicago.com or call 773-883-8000. That's 773-883-8000 or online at pauldavischicago.com. That's pauldavischicago.com or call 773-883-8000 or online at pauldavischicago.com.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, commercial property, or even vacant land, let attorney Susan J. Kim step in. She's reliable, responsive, personable, and extremely thorough when helping you deal with an otherwise stressful transaction. Attorney Kim leads with her values and is committed to providing legal services with excellence. To contact Attorney Kim, visit sjkimlaw.com. That's sjkimlaw.com. Whether it's drafting agreements, negotiating contract terms, or closing on a property, attorney Susan J. Kim can do it all. Over 10 years of experience and her wealth of knowledge tackling complicated legal negotiations and breaking them down into a smooth, easy-to-understand process is what she does best. So let attorney Susan J. Kim step in. To schedule your legal consultation today, visit sjkimlaw.com. That's sjkimlaw.com or call 847-906-3166. Susan J. Kim, attorney at law, is a state of Illinois licensed real estate attorney.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
537. An update on the roads this morning in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. We'll start on northbound 55. You have delays between Weber and Route 53. That's all due to gapers to a southbound crash. There's an accident on the exit ramp on the side outbound at First Avenue as well on the Stevenson. There's a car in the ditch there. I-57, construction delays outbound at 127th until 6 a.m. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast cloudy, couple of rain showers, high 62. 56 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Mika Toska is described as a climate scientist and activist. Is there any other kind of climate scientist?
That's your kind of lady. You know, when I think about attributes that you're looking for in a woman, that is what I think of.
She is associate professor at the School of the Art Institute.
Uh-huh.
That's in Chicago.
Yes, I know.
Uh-huh. Climate scientist, sure. Okay. I'd love
They're the
to,
hottest kind, yes.
Love to see her credentials, but that's for another time. She has invade on the situation in the Middle East. She called Israel's defense against Hamas propaganda that's downright evil. She also just sort of generally had this to say about Israelis. Israelis are pigs, savages, very, very bad people, irredeemable excrement. The propaganda has been downright evil. After the past week, if your eyes aren't open to the crimes against humanity that Israel is committing and has committed for decades and will continue to commit, then I suggest you open them. It's disgusting and grotesque. May they all rot in hell. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Yet another professor on the front lines, the School of the Art Institute in Chicago.
Is she going to be able to keep her job?
Not afraid to speak her mind on the topic in this welcoming city, where I am certain in the next breath she would be extolling the virtues of tolerance and diversity. Mm-hmm. Now, there's some Jewish organizations, Stop Anti-Semitism, for example, that flagged this posting and is expressing vehement disagreement, of course, with it. But the more interesting question is, why do you think this persists on college campuses? We've spent a lot of time since the Hamas attack and the response from the academicians around the country, including administrators, university presidents, or the lack of response in many cases, like at Northwestern. So how does someone like this exist at the School of the Art Institute, which is supposed to have a good reputation, at these institutions of higher learning, these high-status elite schools?
People come from all over the world to go there.
How does someone like Mika Toska exist there? One wonders. And this is against the backdrop of all these mega donors to Ivy League schools and others, like hedge fund manager Clifford Asness, writing in a letter to his alma mater, University of Penn, writing to the president there. I've long been dismayed at the drift away from true freedom of thought and expression and speech. I'm 100% for free speech, but not asymmetrical free speech where some have it and some don't. Imagine Penn's actions if the event that led to this letter was anti-anyone else other than Jews. Most distressing to me was your first statement making vague equivalences between the intentional murder of children and others by terrorists and the accidental injury to children that sadly occurs when murdering terrorists hide behind children to escape justice. I've recently finished a large 5-year pledge to Penn and will not be considering another until change is evident. I do not like making something like this about money, but it appears to be one of the only paths that has any hope of mattering. Boy, talk about an awakening. I mean, and even then, you know, I guess, you know, you hold out the prospect that I'm willing to change if you do, but, you know, you're talking about Ivy League schools now, thanks to people like Clifford Asness, who have multi-billion-dollar endowments. Basic, not to mention, they're all being subsidized by the federal government. Every university, maybe with the exception of Hillsdale College and a few others, is. And so, yeah, the money matters, but at this point, not even that matters that much, at least not a one-off, even a hedge fund billionaire. I've recently finished a 5-year pledge. 5-year pledge. How do you think your 5-year pledge was used? What kind of psychological return on investment did you get from the last 5 years of investing in University of Pennsylvania there, Cliff? And it persists. And Clifford Asness and Ken Griffin and Bill Ackman are not going to make any difference, particularly if it's not sustained and expanded. They won't. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Another one, Jonathan Jacobson, my alma mater, University of Penn, is virtually unrecognizable today. It's been unrecognizable for a long time.
Yeah, they're just waking up.
It
took really, for them to see that there's been hate going on.
I get the nostalgia. I have friends from the time I was at Northwestern. We had great experiences there. I have friends I grew up with and went to Bennett, went to high school with and so forth, and remember the good times and the good teachers and the good professors and the interactions, and there was value there. I understand. And at many college campuses, there's still some value to be extracted, no matter how bad they are, because it does bring a lot of talented, intelligent people together amid a bunch of ignorant people that are hate-mongering buffoons. But, yeah, so there's always, and not to mention the credentialing that's still so important for status and for opening doors of economic opportunity. I understand all that. But the willingness to pretend you don't see what you see, to pretend that you don't know what you know, to think that you just let people say gas the Jews and, it's just kids blowing off steam. There's not going to be every country. They don't really take it seriously. I love that they don't really take it seriously. It's like these terrorist organizations whose stated objective is the eradication of the Jewish people. They don't take it seriously. That's just sort of political posturing. Well, I'll tell you what. It turns out that some people do take that seriously. And even if you don't take that kind of a reckless position seriously, a lot of other people will. And then you find yourselves on the other side of a terrorist attack in Gaza.
Well, this just seems like, this is the cool thing to do, is to be with Palestine. It's like, well, do you know the facts? Listen to this one lady. She's at a rally in Toronto, a pro-Palestinian rally.
Not a terrorist group.
Oh, it isn't, ma'am.
First of all, Hamas is not a terrorist group. Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What is it, like a motorcycle club?
It is a resistance that has been fuming for 75 years of colonialism, of occupation, of murder, of rape, of little children, of women. That's what they are. They are resistance.
Do you think Canada is a colonialist country too?
Everything that they do is justified.
Including what happened last week?
Every single thing they have done is justified.
Ma'am, there were children murdered.
So, that's what the kids are listening to on TikTok and on Snapchat. They see these things and, oh, okay.
By the way, just a point of order, not that facts matter when you're so enamored with your own self-righteousness, but, Hamas is 35 years old. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
And it's a terrorist group.
So why, though? Why does that persist, particularly on college campuses, but also in the larger culture? Yesterday you had this rally by pro-Hamas Chicagoans, including the Hamas caucus on the city council. This alderhuman named Jesse Fuentes.
He's such a try-hard, Dan, but okay.
She.
Excuse me, I meant she.
Jesse Fuentes, she represents the Humboldt Park, Logan Square area. Mm-hmm. And she was there with David Moore and some other alderhumans talking about peace in the Middle East.
We have to be able to grapple with this issue with the diplomatic and political will and social capital that we have to facilitate peace.
Mm-hmm. According to data from the city of Chicago, there have been 541 robberies in the last 12 months in the Humboldt Park community. That's an 83% increase over the average number of robberies for the 3 years prior, 2020 to 2022.
Yeah, but she's not focusing on that. She's focusing on peace in the Middle East.
She'll get to you in Humboldt Park and Logan Square as soon as she's done settling this matter in the Middle East. So just be patient with Jesse Fuentes and David Moore and all of these deep geopolitical thinkers that happen to be city council members in Chicago. This is what but there's a political point to this. Why do you see this happening? Why do these, mouth-breathing knuckle draggers on the city council feel compelled to do their Rashida Tlaib impersonations before the Chicago Press Corps? And the same thing on college campuses here, and the same thing on the streets here as in any major urban city in America. What's the dynamic? There's an analog here. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Scott in Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I find it crazy that all these same people that have these signs up in their yard that say love is love and hate has no home here are the exact same people that are calling for the extermination of all the Jews.
Yeah, but it's not ironic. That's the thing. There's an explanation. And and by the way, there's also an explanation for how Mika Tosca could be a associate professor of some sort at the Art Institute School, and essentially her job be largely underwritten, not largely, but significantly underwritten by the Jewish philanthropic community in Chicagoland. Right? I mean, is that not a fact? The same philanthropic community that underwrites the same people who threw out all those white women to be that were docents at the Art Institute because you needed more diversity, not more knowledge.
How's that program going now? We should check in with that.
Catherine DuPage.
Good morning, you two. In my opinion, I was telling your screeners that it has to do, in my opinion, with the victim component of all of this.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That is such a big part of, the training and social engineering and what all that there is being done with our kids, I guess, throughout the whole schooling system. And so at that point, this is strong. And that's what, I don't call them Palestinians, what the Arabs have put forth, so that one side's the victims, the other is the evil ones that do nothing right. So that's my opinion.
Thanks for the call, Catherine. Now we're getting somewhere. I had this conversation with Shelby Steele yesterday. He'll be featured in a forthcoming episode of my Counterculture podcast, and I asked him about the Middle East and is the Israeli-Palestinian dynamic, is that analogous to the black-white dynamic in America? Per his analysis of what's happened since the civil rights movement in this country, that's been driven by black victim, which is whites and blacks getting together to agree that blacks are victims and to agree that whites are guilty. And the way to mollify and make amends for your guilt is to feed black victimization. So blacks have to remain victims in order to make a claim on whites. Whites have to remain guilty in order to get past this black mark, this original sin of slavery and subsequent discrimination in America. And so the plight of blacks becomes the responsibility of whites. Both sides agree that blacks should abdicate agency, the agency over their own lives. They're not individual sovereigns anymore. And so this noxious dynamic is what has driven race relations and the race conversation over the last 50 years. And to what ends as we look back and see the destruction, particularly of the black neighborhoods and the black families. Well, it's not perfectly. There are differences, of course, starting with religious ones, but there is an analog here, and I won't get too deep into it. You can watch Shelby Steele. He's much more insightful than I am, and he drills it down. But something he wrote about this: white guilt is not actual guilt. Surely most whites are not assailed in the night by feelings of responsibility for America's historical mistreatment of minorities. that they were not a part of. He's talking about the whites who were not a part of that. American liberalism never acknowledged it was about white esteem rather than minority accomplishment. For example, when he wrote this, and hasn't changed in the intervening few years, 4,000 shootings in Chicago last year, and the mayor announces this will be a sanctuary city. This is moral esteem over reality, the self-congratulation of idealism. Liberalism is exhausted because it has become a corruption. And that's the dynamic you see with the victim, oppressor, posturing going on with the pro-Palestinian Hamas apologists here and over there.
And I don't know if you heard yesterday, but the leader of Hamas gave an interview. And are you ready for this? He said the same type of racism that killed George Floyd is being used by Israel against Palestinians.
Yes, exactly.
And I have a soundbite here. I mean,
that's
Right.
exactly it.
Point,
That exactly goes to it. They know how to play domestic politics in the West. So the invocation.
الفرصة واحنا بنعيش ذكرى القتل المجرم العنصري لجورج فلويد.
Yeah, sorry, it's hard to understand. You have to see it. We'll
it's hard to understand because he's speaking in Arabic.
Right. But you can hear him like he mentioned George Floyd 3 times.
Right.
And that's exactly what's happening to Palestinians right now.
So do you get the racket they're running?
Yep.
You should, because we see it here. There was this moment at Coe College. I've mentioned it before, just sticking on Shelby for a minute. Remember, at Coe College, Shelby Steele was from Phoenix. He was born in Phoenix, in the south suburbs here. Went to a segregated elementary school. Made his way to Coe College in Grand Rapids, Iowa.
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Where he would.
Sorry, there's different.
Cedar Rapids, where he was a black radical.
Really, Coe College?
White guilt. He tells the story. He leads a student group into the university president's office, who he later became good friends with. Actually, that university president, and had fondness for him. He leads the black radicals, but he was Black Power. This is late '60s.
Wow.
And he makes demands on the university president. We want our own space. We want this. We want that. And his rage was unleashed when the cigarette he was smoking, he ashed on the floor in the university president's office. And he expected, this was sticking it to the man. And he expected this confrontation. The university president would, rise up and tell him who was in charge here. And instead, the university president backed down.
Really?
And he suddenly realized, Shelby Steele did, that the president wasn't acting on any authority at all. During the civil rights struggle, blacks demanded they be judged by the same moral authority that whites used to judge each other. This was the Martin Luther King advocacy. But when the ashes hit the floor and the president let it pass, Steele realized there was no grand moral authority. There wasn't some universally respected set of rules that blacks deserved to be judged by as much as whites. It was all just a power grab. And by the way, that's when the violence started in the 60s. The violence started after the 64 Civil Rights Act. Coming from black militants, not before it, because they realized it was a power grab. And the claim of innocence, which is just the other side of the coin of the claim of permanent victimization, was the moral authority that would go unchallenged and thus be the basis on which they could make claims based on identity. This is identity politics. So much of this that you see in the Middle East is just a Middle Eastern version of the identity politics that besets this country and besets the West in general. Bill and Waukegan, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. One of the things I learned as a soldier was that you can have an opinion, but your opinion has to be kept to yourself. Nobody wants to hear, you're bad-mouthing our president or our leaders or anything. You can have your personal opinion, but you have to keep it to yourself. I hope that lady does not have a job this following week. Because, like I said, you can have an opinion, but you need to keep it to yourself. Thanks for
thanks for the call. But no, you don't need to keep it to yourself. And no, if somebody believes those things, whatever somebody believes, I want them out. I want them to talk. That's not the art school at the Art Institute is not the military. And schools are supposed to be free marketplaces of ideas, good and bad, and everything in between. Coming up at 6:06, we'll turn to what President Biden had to say, Mr. 10% over there in Israel yesterday, including during his sit-down with Bibi. That's 6:06.
And Rashida Tlaib doubles down in a big way. But now let's head into the newsroom to get news here at home and around the world. Here's Mike Scott.
A deputy shoots and kills a man with a meat cleaver in his hand. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
President Biden will address the nation. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, at 8 p.m. Eastern from the Oval Office, the day after going to Israel, pledging more military support in the war against Hamas. On the way home on Air Force One, the president also said, in talks with Israel's prime minister,
He's very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
Egypt will send that aid into Gaza, where more than 1 million Palestinians have fled their homes. Almost 3,500 have been killed, some in that hospital bombing President Biden, citing U.S. intelligence, blames on a terrorist rocket fired toward Israel that misfired. Hamas denies that. And Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib at a pro-Palestinian protest in Washington said,
President Biden, not all America's with you on this one, and you need to wake up.
Some protesters got inside a House office building at the Capitol and were arrested as they demand a ceasefire, but the Israeli airstrikes continue, killing 2 Hamas terror leaders on the 13th day of war. But
the southern border was largely quiet overnight in terms of rocket fire.
Fox's Trey Yangston is near Gaza and also reports
the Israeli military telling Fox News just moments ago that multiple anti-tank guided missiles were fired from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. This is significant because it indicates yet another attack by the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah.
The House could vote for Speaker again today, with Jim Jordan still trying. 22 fellow Republicans did not support him in the second vote, including Congressman Don Bacon, who tells Fox,
I support giving Patrick McHenry, the Speaker pro tem, more responsibilities and authorities.
Bacon also says his wife was threatened by Jordan supporters, and other lawmakers who voted against Jordan say the same threats Jordan has condemned. A sheriff's deputy was shot and needed surgery last night in Riverside County, California, and is reported stable. The suspected gunman's in custody. America's listening to Fox News.
57 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead, shot by a sheriff's deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called out yesterday to a home and found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood around him. As the deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up and immediately retrieved a meat cleaver next to him and lunged at the deputy. The deputy only then shot that man, sending him to the hospital where he later died. The incident is under investigation. Authorities are investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint in Schaumburg. FBI says a man entered the bank on Meacham Road yesterday morning, displayed a handgun, and demanded money, then fled. No arrests have been made. Protesters in Chicago continue to show support for Palestinians. This protester was one of a few thousand who rallied yesterday in Federal Plaza.
It is the duty of our Congress people and the Biden administration to demand that Israel stop its bombing immediately.
It was the third protest this week organized by a Chicago coalition. 3 weeks after being confirmed as Chicago's police superintendent, Larry Snelling laid out his vision for the city's embattled police department. Job one, he says, is rallying the community behind his department.
I want to be clear, transparent, so that the community understands what the police are dealing with and that they understand that our police department is out there for the safety of every community.
Snelling went on to say that the mayor's office and Mayor Brandon Johnson have been hands-off in his department so far, and he'll back officers attacked at aggressive rallies and street disturbances. Blackhawks finish a 5-game road swing when they visit Colorado tonight before finally coming home. Bulls wrap up exhibition play against the Timberwolves at the UC later tonight. Baseball last night, ALCS. Houston down the Rangers 8-5. The news, a service of MyPillow. Big news. MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock with a proprietary technology. They still have that soft feel you look for in a towel, but extremely absorbent. For a limited time, get 50% savings with promo code Liberty. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. A storm is on the horizon. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000, 630-834-6000, or charlesequipment.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom into a comfortable sanctuary of luxury? Turn to Forever Remodeling. At Forever Remodeling, we're not just about aesthetics, we're about functionality. Picture a bathroom that blends style and practicality. Our skilled team ensures every detail is perfect from tiles to fixtures. If you're ready for your beautiful bathroom upgrade, schedule an in-home consultation and give us a call today at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com. That's foreverremodeling.com.
Cable news. Noisy, out of touch, on repeat. Tired of all the lookalikes? So are we. Salem News Channel is here to change the game. Streaming 24/7, free on your TV with the greatest collection of conservative voices. Home to Dinesh D'Souza, Andrew Wilkow, Brandon Tatum, and more. Like you, we say what's wrong and what's right. Unfiltered and unapologetic. Salem News Channel. We're the answer to the mainstream media. Learn more at snc.tv.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. We'll start on the Edens, 20 minutes. Lake Cook Road to the junction, the Kennedy 42 O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Aiken 34 390 to the old post office. I-55 southbound still jammed from an earlier accident between the Veterans Memorial Toll and the Veterans Parkway. Things are also slow on the inbound Dan Ryan, already 16 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Stop and go traffic. I-80 westbound between Richards and Center. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Today, mostly cloudy skies, couple of showers. High today at 62. Cloudy tonight, some rain, low 52. Morning shower in spots tomorrow, then partly sunny with a high 62. On Saturday, variable cloudiness, a shower in spots, high 58. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
56 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Health Quest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the President of the United States, Mr. 10%, the big guy, Joe Biden, in Israel yesterday to address America's position vis-a-vis the war in Gaza. He first said this about the hostages that remain in the hands of Hamas terrorists.
As the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages.
Mm-hmm.
That's reassuring. Okay.
I think he's going to do everything he can as soon as he figures out where they are.
Where
That's
he
essentially
is.
what he said, or where he is. He also had this message for Israelis who have lost someone during the attack or are suffering because a family member is being held hostage.
I understand, and many Americans understand. You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for the leadership. There's always cost, but it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people.
You know, I hear that phrase a lot, but actually Hamas literally represents the Gazans because it has governance over Gaza.
Right.
I mean,
2
it's
years
just,
after
that's
Israel
literally,
left, the Hamas became their policing state.
Don't be
sorry.
consumed by rage.
Why is he telling them how to feel? Don't be consumed by rage. They have every right to have rage in their hearts right now. People are still missing, you idiot. Where's the urgency for that? Well, I mean, it bothers me. I mean, we have 5-month-olds that are still being held hostage. And I don't know if you saw the video that Megyn Kelly posted, but you could see these Hamas terrorists, trying to play parents and coddling these Israeli babies. It's disgusting. They should be back in their mother's arms. And I just felt like there was no sense of urgency for that. No sense of urgency for the 13 Americans who are still missing and believed to be alive being held hostage, including from Evanston.
Biden also had this to say in a sort of a public-facing sit-down with Bibi, Benjamin Netanyahu, about the hospital attack and at whose hands that happened. We covered it yesterday, but of course the propaganda associated with it, blaming Israel for the attack on that hospital in Gaza, led to violence in the Arab world, led to protests here. We'll get to that, but here's what Biden had to say about it.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things.
Yeah.
That was forceful.
The other team, it's like this, probably not the time for a sports metaphor. This is not some sort of competition. wearing one jersey or another. Number two, a lot of people believe something else. Well, right. So what do you say to those people who believe something else? This is something that Ari Fleischer, former W spokeshuman, of course, you remember, had to say about Biden's comments there about the other team.
Inside that statement where he talked about the other team, which is a weird way to put it, he talked about how it didn't appear that Israel bombed the hospital, but then he said, quote, there's a lot of people out there who are not so sure. He's talking about the protesters in the streets of Lebanon and in Jordan. Why is he giving them any credence whatsoever? Why is he even citing them as being a source that should be worried about? Why doesn't he just say they're wrong?
Yeah, why not?
Or why not say, why don't you drive the Muslim terrorists out of your community?
Well, he's trying to middle the issue, of course, because on the one hand, you have sensible people and you have Jewish Democrats who know very well what this is and know very well what Hamas is and know very well the Hamas propaganda. You just gave another example of it, the videos that they're releasing showing them caring for children in their custody that they've taken hostage. So they look how humane Hamas is. This is just what happens in war kind of thing. That's what they're doing in addition to trying to ascribe blame to Israel for this attack on Gaza. And you put out, and by the way, of course, the American press corps helped. The New York Times taking Hamas's word for it, the BBC taking Hamas's word for it, and Israel kills hundreds at Gaza hospital strike, Palestinians say. It's very much like the NPR Times story earlier this week. The man who stabbed Palestinian boy to death, listened to conservative talk radio, prosecutors say. The implication is about as subtle as a sledgehammer. That's the New York Times and the BBC, all these Western outlets, taking Hamas's word for it and serving as propaganda arms for Hamas in the same way that the Sun Times serves as propaganda, a propaganda outlet for Hamas and any other illiberal organization or person in this country. That's what the American press corps does.
Well, and listen to CNN. This anchor is denying the fact. She's interviewing the IDF lieutenant colonel. His name is Peter Lerner. And this is right after the hospital explosion. And he's telling her that it was a misfire from the terrorists.
If you're asking for proof, you don't really want the proof. You just want to make sure you have a story. And unfortunately, there has been so much premature.
Hang on, I don't want you to suggest. Hang on, Peter. That is unfair. I do not want you to suggest that we are not seeking the truth.
You'll never be content with whatever I share because you'll ask for more and more and more and more.
Because he's like, be patient. This just happened.
Well, we have
the trajectory of the missiles. I know. But...
Well, we have more than that. We have the context, the timing, the context there. We have chatter that's been released that suggests a recognition of a misfire by the Islamic Jihad. I mean,
right, but the mainstream media just jumps in. They believe everything Hamas says. And because of that, Hezbollah called for that worldwide day of rage yesterday, and that's why you had in front of the American embassy in Beirut. There was protests everywhere.
Because of what?
Because they believe that the hospital was bombed by Israelis.
No. Hezbollah knows exactly what happened. Hamas knows exactly what happened. That's not the point. They're not confused. It's purposeful. This was something that was, let's say, accidental on their part. They blame Israel. That's not confusion. That's taking the opportunity to use this for their benefit in terms of driving world opinion and driving rage. Day of unprecedented rage. That's every freaking day that ends in Y. And Hezbollah, there's no confusion. What really happened? Hezbollah wants to get to the bottom of it. That's not what's going on here. Let's be real.
Well, no, I'm saying it gave them another excuse, like to go riot and to have protests all over the country and all over the world.
So on the one hand, you've got Biden having to try to appease the Jewish support within his party, which is substantial. 70% of Jewish Americans vote Democrat. On the other hand, you have where center mass is in the Democrat Socialist Party, run by these new Marxists, these identitarian thugs. And center mass is with the Socialist Spice Girls. That's who the Democrat Socialist Party is. I know there's a lot of urbane Jewish Americans and others who affiliate with the Democrat Socialists, affiliate with these identitarian goons because they don't like Donald Trump or they don't like Jim Jordan or whatever, or they're pro-abortion or something. Well, okay, you made your bed, but here's who you have to watch your president and the president of the United States balance yourself with. In other words, yeah, I see you, ADL. I see you, Jonathan Greenblatt. But over here, I've got Rashida Tlaib.
God.
And Rashida Tlaib and AOC and Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, the guy who, confuses in quotation marks of light switches for fire alarms and so forth.
Guy.
And
Sean Casten was a wannabe, right?
No, they're all honorary members of the squad, as the Pelosi calls it, Socialist Spice Girls, as I call them. That's where the caucus is. That's the base of the party. And so Biden has to balance. So going back to why does he say other people believe? Because he's got to balance. He's got to balance. And so this is what he's balancing civilized people against Rashida Tlaib. Where's Tlaib?
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital with children. You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry. I'm like, let them cry. And they're shaking, and somebody, this, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry. I can cry. We all can cry. If we're not crying, something is wrong. And so I'm telling you right now, President Biden, not all America's with you on this one. And you need to wake up and understand that. We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing the vast majority just like this. And we still stand by and say nothing. We will remember this, but all of you need to know, I swear to God, Allah, you are on the right side of history. You are. You're doing everything possible to save lives. What is wrong with that? Stop it with trying to politicize this.
That's MF for Spice for you. She feels things so deeply. She's an unbalanced human being. Unbalanced, noxious, hate-mongering thug. That's what MF or Spice is.
Well, and then she called for a group to go into the rotunda. Was it an insurrection? Here's one of her supporters, why she's doing it and about to get arrested.
We're here supporting Rashida Tlaib's resolution for an immediate ceasefire. We're here with a message for Biden, who's meeting with Netanyahu right now. I'm looking right at you, President Biden. Are you going to be the president that funds and enables a genocide, or are you going to be the president that puts your foot down and stops a genocide? That's what we're here to ask.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. We got a text message saying, Dan and Amy, this gives everyone arrested on January 6th an appeal.
Not really. It's a stretch. I mean, we don't have to be silly. It wasn't an insurrection. Yeah, there were some modest clashes with police, mostly outside. There was just a couple people dragged out that were arrested. They were doing a 60-style sit-in at the Capitol drum circle. I mean, January 6th wasn't an insurrection either, but let's not be silly about it. January 6th wasn't an insurrection. Yesterday wasn't an insurrection. It's a protest, and some people got out of hand yesterday. And in January 6th, more people got out of hand. But then January 6th is so much more complicated because of the involvement of federal law enforcement and everything that led up to January 6th and the backdrop of it and so on and so forth. But let's not do that. That may be fine for just.
I'm seeing what they texted in.
I understand, and I'm responding to what I've seen all the Twitter traffic on and stuff. That may be fine for sort of these, I don't know, refrigerator magnet conservative provocateurs that want to do the tit for tat game, want to do the I'm exposing some hypocrisy game. It's just without point. Don't do that. Be better. Dave in Elgin, or formerly of Elgin.
Hey, formerly of Elgin, now Port St. Lucie.
There you go.
Yep. Now, I find it ironic that President Biden is calling for calm and restraint when he's the one raging against MAGA Republicans.
Well, yes, thanks for the call, Dave. There is great irony there. I mean, right, Hamas is what they did is bad, but it's not like MAGA and white supremacists that represent an existential threat to democracies in America and the world over. Yeah, right. The lack of proportionality in both directions, sure, but that's also a feature of the rhetoric of ciphers like Joe Biden. Jordan Antioch.
Good morning. Sorry about that. Going back to what you were talking about as far as Hezbollah and Hamas and them knowing exactly what happened. They do. They know exactly what happened. Everybody knows what happened. Do I believe that on that side, the Palestinians are there's people that are just as deceived and corrupted as there are college students here and the leftists who just want to be the victim and have something to cheer for? Absolutely, I do. Do I believe that Rashida Tlaib is one of those? No, absolutely not. And I don't think that. I think that the government and people around that are making a mistake if they're not paying attention to what her and Omar and Cori Bush and anybody that's working in their offices are, who they're communicating with and what they're doing. Because Rashida Tlaib knows exactly what happened, but she has to fan the flames. As far as I'm concerned, these people hate this country. That's why they do what they do, and that's why they foment the anger, and they drag these people who are deceived. I mean, come on, people. Hamas's doctrine is to wipe out all of the Jews or Christians. It doesn't matter. They are not going to discriminate between you. And these people that are supporting them, it's really sad. I pray for these people because you are supporting a group of people that want you dead as much as they want us and the Israel and the Jews dead. They don't understand that. Rashida Tlaib understands that, and she's more than happy to throw you in that fire to support her cause. It's really sickening to see who we have supporting Americans that don't like this country, that hate Americans. I'm sorry. It's just that's what it's come to, and people need to open their eyes.
Well, Rashida Tlaib might know the truth, but she might not want to project it. I mean, her president, who she's supporting, right? He's telling the world that it was a misfired Hamas rocket that hit the hospital. And by the way, it didn't hit the hospital; it hit the parking lot next to the hospital. And Hamas came out within 10 minutes. All of a sudden, like 500 people are dead. Oh, really? Okay. And the mainstream media just jumped on it.
Yeah, the connection between the two. Charles Lipson, University of Chicago International Relations Professor Emeritus, writes about this. The seemingly strange alliance between the leftists in this country and Islamofascists the world over. It's because on the face of it, you say, well, wait a second. The leftists in this country are pro-abortion, they're pro-marriage redefinition, and Islamic fundamentalists are not.
No, not at all.
I mean, some of the comparisons don't really hold up because they do have some views in common when it comes to being censorious and intolerant. But again, it's the solidarity and marginality play. Explained this before, and this is sort of building on Shelby Steele's analog to black-white in America that we were discussing last hour. Solidarity and marginality is the play of the left, cobbling together a coalition of allegedly marginalized populations. By the way, that professor at the Art Institute that we were talking about, Mika Koska, also a dude.
Wait, what?
Trans.
Well, you didn't mention that before.
Yeah, I didn't pick. I thought it had that look, but
A little bit mannish.
So it's putting together, and so this is what I probably mentioned on the show before is, you got to make choices. So when it's anti-Semitism and Jonathan Greenblatt from ADL is on with Joy Reid, and they can talk about somebody attacking a Jewish person for being Jewish in New York. They can say it's the climate of hate that's perpetuated by the right. Well, then they're in liege. But when it comes to something like the Palestinians or the Gazans versus Israelis, sorry, Jews, you're out. You're out of the coalition because you're not really a full partner. You're a partner of convenience. You're too successful. You're too wealthy. You have too much status. We need to represent people that have no voice and for whom we don't want any voice. We don't want them to believe they have individual sovereignty, because then what's our purpose? We need the masses to provide the basis of our power grab, because it's through the masses that you gain political power. It sort of Leninist as an overlay right there, the vanguards but you need the unwashed masses in the quote unquote marginalized populations that fit the victim oppressor narrative. And look at all the professors that are anti-Semites and are against, again, pro-Hamas in their positioning and have been for a long time. Look at the generations now that the BDS movement has been afoot. That's where that's where it started and mainly still exists. The BDS movement, boycott, divestment, and sanction against Israel. College campuses, elite places. So that's what you have to understand about this dynamic where, wait, they don't agree on this, so how can they be in liege on that? Think about it through the lens of political power, not through the lens of intellectual consistency. Intellectual consistency is of no interest, zero interest, and zero application here. It is all political power, the means to political power, by any means necessary. That's what you're hearing from Rashida Tlaib and her ilk. This is why they will continue to tell the lie about the hospital attack. Doesn't matter. Does not matter what the truth is. None of that matters. What matters is how do we piece this together and take advantage of every moment in pursuit of political power. Coming up at 6:36, we'll talk a little bit about migrants and the possibility that some of Chicago's migrants may be shipped to St. Louis. 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
57 degrees, 6:32. A Lebanese news outlet says 2 U.S. military bases have come under attack in Syria. Meantime, Israel has agreed to allow Egypt to deliver limited humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip while the Israeli military keeps up airstrikes. And tension is growing this morning in the Middle East. Fox's Trey Yingst is in the middle of it.
The Israeli military telling Fox News that multiple anti-tank guided missiles were fired from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. This is significant because it indicates yet another attack by the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, and we do understand the Israelis are responding to those strikes across the border. This has been a back and forth on the northern border, as the southern border was largely quiet in terms of rocket fire. The factions inside Gaza clearly trying to preserve what rocket stockpiles they have left. And we do know the Israelis continued their airstrikes against Gaza.
Over 350 Americans in Gaza are demanding the U.S. State Department help them get out of the region. Another vote for Speaker of the House is expected today. This after Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan fell short of the 217 needed to be elected for the second time in 2 days. Oklahoma Representative Tom Cole called Jordan a person of absolute integrity.
A person whose principles you know, whose actions you can trust, and who in a time of crisis will respond with the leadership we need.
Jordan telling reporters he believes he still has a path to the gavel. President Biden will give a primetime speech tonight about the attacks in Israel and the war in Ukraine. That Oval Office speech begins at 7 p.m., 8 Eastern. A teen mistakenly shot by a Des Plaines police officer on Chicago's Northwest Side back in 2019 is receiving a settlement of nearly $2 million. City of Des Plaines signed off this week on the payout for Rylan Wilder. Authorities investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint in Schaumburg. The FBI says a man entered a U.S. bank on Meacham Road and displayed a gun and demanded money yesterday, fleeing with an undisclosed amount. There have been no arrests. 3 weeks after being confirmed as Chicago's police superintendent, Larry Snelling is laying out his vision for the city's embattled department. Job one, rallying the community behind his police department.
I want to be clear, transparent, so that the community understands what the police are dealing with and that they understand that our police department is out there for the safety of every community.
Snelling takes over a department partially defunded and down nearly 1,500 officers from 2019. Blackhawks finish their 5-game season-opening road trip when they visit Colorado tonight, coming off a 4-1 win over Toronto. Bulls wrap up exhibition play with a game against the Timberwolves at the UC tonight. The news is a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges. Join today, 560theanswer.com/join. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Hope Wins is a nonprofit organization dedicated to share hope and end the devastation addiction brings to families. Visit our website, hopewins7.org. We present to high schools, middle schools, and organizations our son Keenan's story of addiction, his death, and the ripple effect it has on the whole family. It is our family's hope to convey eliminating stigma, the power of decision-making, the power of hope. We discuss that going to a drug and alcohol rehab is no different than someone going to a cancer center in hope of a cure. They both want to get well. We talk about the truth of heroin and addictive drugs. We talk about mental health through a tattoo of Keenan's, that there are some things we need to accept, things we have to have the courage to change, and the wisdom to know the difference. Keenan's story in his own handwriting is at hopewins7.org.
At TJ Stearns Financial Planning in Arlington Heights, we offer several complimentary reports proactive investors should take advantage of before year end. Our Social Security Optimization Report shows couples how to possibly get up to $200,000 or more in additional lifetime benefits. Our Retirement Account Tax Optimization Report shows how to minimize the tax bill on your 401k and IRAs. This report could help you save hundreds of thousands of dollars or more in taxes over your lifetime. Our risk analysis makes sure your portfolio is in alignment with your goals. The Protect and Grow Written Plan brings all of these items together. Call now to request any of these free reports before the end of year rush puts proactive planning for this year in the rearview mirror. Contact TJ Stearns Financial Planning today. The first 10 callers right now will also receive a free copy of the new book, Solving the Modern Retirement Riddle. Call now to receive your free retirement report and book. 847-749-2295. That's 847-749-2295. Or visit tjstearns.com.
Securities offered through TJ Stearns, a registered representative of Crown Capital Securities LP, member FINRA SIPC. Are you looking for an interview podcast where you can be entertained and informed? Come check out our new podcast, America's Talking, to hear conversations with great stand-up comedians like Mark Normand.
Norm made you feel smarter than him, even though he was smarter than you.
As well as with leaders in the United States, like former Ambassador Andrew Bremberg.
I remember the fall of the evil empire. When the wall fell, every adult I saw was crying.
I'm your host, Austin Berg, and I want you to join the conversation on our new podcast, America's Talking, right now on Spotify.
Are you looking for a new podcast where you can get your national news from a taxpayer's perspective? Check out the America in Focus podcast featuring the Center Square's Dan McCaleb.
This jobs report, in some ways, it contradicts what I'm seeing anecdotally.
And Casey Harper.
And it's not just the economy. He has a 28% approval on the economy, but he also has 36% approval on foreign policy.
Find America in Focus wherever you get your podcasts and subscribe. That's America in Focus, a news podcast from a taxpayer's perspective.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
6:39. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Boost Infinite. If you're thinking about getting that new iPhone, well, you need to stop and check out the amazing wireless offer from Boost Infinite. For more, pick up your phone and dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Eden's at 30 minutes, Lake Cook Road to the junction, inbound Kennedy. Accident right shoulder right at the Hubbard Street Tunnel. It's an hour into the Burns Circle interchange. Eichen, 47 from 390 to the old post office. Stevenson, 45 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And the Dan Ryan, 20 minutes from 95th into the Circle. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mostly cloudy, couple of showers, high 62. 56 now at O'Hare. Your next news update comes your way at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois. Online at papanicholas.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, maybe the sanctuary city of Chicago will be aided and abetted by other sanctuary cities around the country, like St. Louis. Apparently, the migrants aren't so interested in going to St. Louis, but maybe St. Louis is interested in taking some of those interested in being in Chicago. This comes to us from Carlos Ramirez, who's the Vice President of Latino Outreach for the International Institute. The nonprofit International Institute of St. Louis is working with unions and philanthropic leaders to resettle possibly thousands of Latin American migrants to their fair city, the gateway to the West, to bolster its workforce and stem its population decline.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Don't worry, I-55 is a lonely road, but once they get there, they'll love St. Louis.
If the migrants are going to be in a better place, St. Louis is going to be in a better place, and Chicago is going to be in a better place, and I think everybody wins, said Mr. Ramirez.
So what's a win-win?
Winning.
Winning.
Charlie Sheen. Yeah. I don't know if Carlos Ramirez has tiger blood, but he's ready to win. The program would be funded primarily by private donors who would provide housing for as long as 3 months.
Yeah, you're going to have to step that up, buddy.
3 months.
Sorry, that's not going to quite cut it. Maybe try 6, but okay, go on.
Cell phones, apprentice programs, and job placement through unions and assistance from immigration lawyers. Have you spoken with the unions? If you're talking about the trades, have you spoken with them? If you're talking about government, well, that's a different deal. Also, he said, of course, St. Louis officials very much in line on board with this initiative, pointing to Mayor Tashara Jones, who is also a knucklehead, as is the mayor of Chicago, BLM Brandon. She created an Office of New Americans, just like his Office of New Americans, or whatever the hell he calls it.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. He's got deputy mayors for migrant,
Right.
refugee rights, and so on.
They
and
do
so
all
forth.
the heavy lifting. They go out of the town. They go to the town hall meetings. They're the face of this. Yes.
Now, Mr. Ramirez, our friend from St. Louis, he may turn out to be our friend, said his group and Chicago officials are being cautious and strategically intentional, which is the best way to be strategic, is intentionally. I want to be careful not to all of a sudden get an onslaught of homeless migrants from Chicago and then create a homeless situation in St. Louis. Well, number one, too late on the homeless situation in St. Louis. But yes, you don't want to exacerbate that situation. Golly, how would that happen? Because what we're told here is that all of the migrants are ready to work.
Yeah, they're working.
They're, these are all people that want to work. Many already have skills that could be monetizable in this country, and so on and so forth. But I do like the idea of St. Louis working in conjunction with Chicago to be a welcoming city.
What could go wrong? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Yeah, we already have a total now of 19,000 illegals who are living here, and almost 3,000 are in police stations scattered throughout our city and living outside in tents. And then in Albany Park, now they've moved across this. No, this is a good look. They've moved across the street from the police station and are pitched tents in the area between the sidewalk and the street. Yeah. So they're going to take just 1,000 and then transport them to St. Louis, right?
I don't know how I feel. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the number is. It doesn't sound like Mr. Ramirez knows yet either. I'm sure they're doing a rigorous screening and vetting process.
Oh yeah.
I mean, St. Louis is disintegrating before our very eyes, just like New Orleans, just like Chicago, just like Baltimore, just like New York, just like, yeah.
I'd have to go on record, and I think St. Louis is already gone. Well, parts of it.
Well,
in
yeah.
North County. Ooh.
So, but the honestly, to bolster the workforce and the and essentially stop the population decline. They're literally saying that out loud. And apparently there are no consequences in St. Louis. The difference, of course, is that apparently most of the rest of Missouri has its head screwed on, which is not something you can say about the rest of the state of Illinois, particularly outside of the city of Chicago in northeastern Illinois. But it is sort of a remarkable play to try to recruit migrants without really the capacity. I mean, what kind of capacity does a nonprofit have to screen people? I mean, if this is what St. Louis residents want, okay, fine. But can you imagine what the capacity is for a city that is already beset by violent crime? And this is not to say that all migrants are criminals or violent criminals. It's a small fraction, I know, so stipulated. I say it all the time. But regardless, you're still going to add and increase the possibility. And so what do you know? And you're going to do a better job of getting profiles on people from Latin and South America than, well, I mean, if there was an effort made, I suppose they could do a better job than the federal government, who's making no effort. I don't know. It's just fascinating. I do like sanctuary cities working together, though. Yeah. The last thing they can do is tell anybody that they were wrong, rescind their sanctuary status designation, work with federal immigration as they bang around their tin cup looking for federal funds, be on both sides of that equation. We need federal support for this. We're going to provide local support for that. No, they can't do that. Yeah, it's really interesting. And the school systems and so forth. I mean, I'm talking about for Americans in St. Louis. Everybody's good with that. Like they are here. Or does it matter, right? Yeah, there's going to be a little squawking, like we've seen at these town halls. But at the end of the day, it's a town that is run by and set up for the benefit of the public sector unions and the race-hustling politicians. St. Louis, a microcosm of Chicago in many respects. And so Yeah, we'll get on.
But it's
we'll
a
get on
nice
fine.
deal. Free phone, a place to live. They'll provide meals. The kids could go to school. I mean, that's
Yeah, but the problem is
a little warmer than Chicago. Not much, but some.
Well, yeah, but St. Louis residents, I presume, probably not that different from Chicago residents when it comes to perhaps asking questions about funding city services for us, since we're Americans and we pay taxes, for example. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to crawl in the mind of people that are upset with what's happening but can't see their way to decouple from those who are making it happen. Strange dynamic. Larry in Elmhurst.
Hey, good morning. Hey, St. Louis can handle this. They're closer to the equator than we are. It's warmer weather, warmer climate, and that down there. Hey, but remember I was telling you about
They have the Cardinals too.
Venezuelans that were on the corner by me. They left as soon as it hit like 62 degrees. The barefoot guy who was walking the streets, he's gone. When it hit 62, I don't know if it was his wife or girlfriend, but they had 2 kids with them. She had a winter jacket on, a hoodie, and a stocking cap on, and it was 62 degrees.
Yeah. Well, it's cold. It's cold. It's time to head south. I did the same thing. Thanks for the call, Larry. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
To Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Bettenhausen Mobility is the fastest growing authorized Braun Ability dealer serving the Chicagoland area. Bettenhausen offers a complete lineup of wheelchair accessible vehicles with the options to fit all your mobility needs. As a Braun Ability dealer, Bettenhausen Mobility can provide sales and service to all accessible vehicles and mobility solutions on several makes and models. Whether you need side entry with manual or power operation or different ramp options, Bettenhausen Mobility has a solution for you. Showroom open at BettenhausenMobility.com.
All right, can't wait to do it. Take Balance of Nature. Why? I don't think I got any fruits or veggies yesterday. No, I wasn't feeling too well, so nothing was staying down. So I got 0 fruits and vegetables, and that's where Balance of Nature comes in. They take the fruits and veggies, they put them through this cold vacuum process, which maximizes the most amount of nutrients possible, gets that water out, and then they put it into capsules, 31 whole fruits and vegetables. The vegetable capsules are green, the fruit vegetables are red, and you can smell the fruits in there if you crack open those fruit capsules, or you can chew on them throughout the day if you get a sweet tooth. That always helps too. So the number to call, 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago. First timers get free shipping and 35% off their first preferred order of fruits and veggies. So do it today. Do something for yourself. Be proactive. 800-246-8751 or online at balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
All right. Are you a business owner or department head already planning for 2024? If you're like most businesses in Chicagoland, you've probably had a challenging year with sustaining revenue, hiring new recruits, keeping operating costs at bay. Maybe you've had a great year, though, and want to build the momentum in the months to come. Whether your business faces obstacles like financial setbacks, fierce competition, IT nightmares, or unforeseen crisis, it's not about the challenges you face. It's how you overcome them and the people you partner with. With decades of C-suite experience from their consulting team to over 25 years of managed IT services, Turnkey knows small business. They know how to reduce your costs, grow new revenue streams, and more. without having to hire on-site professionals. So set yourself and your business up for success. Let Turnkey show you how. Turnkey is Chicago's small business champion. Visit turnkey.pro and start a conversation today. That's turnkey.pro.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
My name is Ruthie. I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
As we near retirement age, market volatility can have an enormous impact on our lives. It's one thing if the market drops when you're 29 or 39, but if you're 59 or 69, it's a totally different story. Call us at the Wealth Management Group today, and we can help you create a plan to safeguard your nest egg in the event of market drops. Our number, 833-WMG-PLAN or invest with WMG.com.
Securities and financial planning offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA SIPC.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
So what's the trouble here, mister? I don't understand what happened. I checked my stuff in Chicago, and when we landed in L.A., I came to baggage claim, and there it was, my $10,000 Canoma analyzer in pieces, completely trashed. Just the facts, buddy. What did you have it packed in? Well, just the box it came in, but there was all this foam and thick cardboard. It looks sturdy enough. That's what they all think, pal, till it's too late. What am I gonna do now? My boss is gonna kill me. Here's some good advice for you. The next time you transport anything valuable, put it in a Star Case, leading manufacturer of customer-usable shipping cases. So where do I get a Star Case? Now you're getting smart, bub. You can find everything you need to know to order one direct at starcase.com or call 800-822-STAR, where a friendly, knowledgeable sales engineer will be glad to help you design the custom case you need. That's starcase.com or 800-822-7827.
AM 560, The Answer.
Speaking of the lawlessness in big cities, as we were, the big city with the highest murder per capita rate, New Orleans. And maybe this is why the turnout was so depressed and Republicans had such a big victory, starting with Jeff Landry, the incoming governor there over the weekend. Soros-backed DA of New Orleans, Jason Williams, was carjacked with his mother.
Oh, my. Well, I heard he was carjacked. I didn't know Mom was in the car. Is she okay?
He was carjacked. Hey. The suspect is an 18-year-old who has 3 other outstanding warrants for carjackings this year. He's carjacked 3 times, warrants for his arrest. He's out there. He finally happens upon someone, someone who has the ability to enforce the law if he so wants to, and maybe now he wants to because he's actually been victimized. I don't know if that's what it takes when it comes to these Soros-funded prosecutors or not, but I mean, this is Babylon Bee quality. But that's what these cities are.
Well, that's what sometimes, they need to feel the pain of their own political choices that they make.
Yeah.
And we're not gloating in it or glad, mom's
No.
okay. But wake up. And this is the biggest wake-up call. I mean, when judges are going to have people in their families that are going to be victimized by people who should be behind bars, maybe they'll wake up.
Well,
maybe
that's
with this, maybe they'll wake up.
Yeah, the point is that no one's immune.
Right.
That's the point. No one is immune. If you think somehow this is just happening to other people and you can walk around blithely and believe that terrible public policy won't visit your house, then you're being very Pollyannish, as this New Orleans prosecutor found out when his ideology runs headlong into a carjacker.
I mean, and then look what happened to Pritzker. His house got, this crazy person threw rocks in his house and was like, blank you, Pritzker. He's out on electronic monitoring. He tried to harm the governor of Illinois.
Well,
Okay.
Throwing rocks at a window, trying to harm him.
Well, he was inside, so was MK.
Okay.
They were home at the time. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
I
Coming up
didn't- I
at
was
coming
nowhere
up
near
at coming up 7:07. We'll talk to Powerline Blogs John Hinderaker about the GOP's lack of a House Speaker. 7:07.
But now let's head straight into that newsroom. And of the hour, here's Mike Scott.
A man convicted of murdering a Chicago cop in 1976 has been released from jail. A Deerfield man charged with insider trading. Blackhawks visit the Avalanche, Bulls host the Timberwolves, and Fields is in doubt for Sunday. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
It's up to 203 hostages being held in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Israel's military now says. President Biden says they're working on rescue plans. Tonight, he'll address the nation at 8 o'clock Eastern Time from the Oval Office, the day after going to Tel Aviv during the war with Hamas.
To reaffirm the U.S.'s commitment to Israel, plain and simple. Now, this trip that the president took also resulted in a deal with Egypt to allow for the Gaza border crossing to open to humanitarian aid.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. More than 1 million Palestinians have fled their homes. Nearly 3,500 have been killed in Israeli airstrikes aimed at Hamas terror targets.
And we're getting new numbers in today from the West Bank, where more than 60 Hamas operatives were arrested by Israeli security forces overnight. Remember, there are settlements, small communities just like this one in the West Bank. There are Hamas fighters there. And they're armed. They have ammunition and weapons.
That's Fox's Trey Yanks near the Gaza border. Now, the president, citing U.S. intelligence, says Tuesday's hospital bombing in Gaza that killed hundreds of civilians was caused by a terrorist rocket that misfired. Hamas says that's not true, blaming Israel, and that a big pro-Palestinian protest in Washington, Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib said the president has to wake up and not support Israel.
People think it's okay to bomb a hospital.
Republican Congressman Mike Lawler just told Fox what Tlaib said.
Shows what a disgusting person she is. She has no business serving in the House of Representatives.
Now, Lawler's among the 22 Republicans who did not vote for Jim Jordan for House Speaker yesterday. They may try another vote today, but Lawler says they have to unite as a party.
To pass our appropriations bills, to deal with aid to Israel, to deal with the crisis in Ukraine, to deal with our border. If we can't compromise within the conference, forget about the Democrats, within the conference, we're not going to be able to govern.
The House has been in limbo for more than 2 weeks after Speaker Kevin McCarthy was ousted. America's listening to Fox News.
55 degrees, some fog developing in the area. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead, shot by a deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called out yesterday to a home and found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood surrounding him. As the deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up, retrieved a meat cleaver next to him, and lunged at the deputy. Only then did the deputy hustle back, draw his service weapon, and shoot the man, sending him to a hospital where he later died. The incident is under investigation. A man who has been in prison since 1976 for the shooting death of a Chicago police officer is free. Ronnie Carrasquillo walked out of the Cook County Jail last night after a judge resentenced him to time served. Last month, an appellate court ruled the 200-year sentence for Carrasquillo was excessive, and his chances for parole, in the opinion of the judge, were unfairly denied. It's never a good idea to speed with over $80,000 worth of drugs in your car. Sheriff in Kenosha, Wisconsin, says a Chicago woman learned that lesson this week when deputies found 2,700 THC vape cartridges in the car of Ashley Bermudez, who said she admitted to having a little marijuana in her car. 3 weeks after being confirmed as Chicago's police superintendent, Larry Snelling is laying out his vision for the city's embattled police department. Snelling says Mayor Brandon Johnson has been, so far, hands-off in his department, and he'll back officers attacked at aggressive street rallies and disturbances.
If they're physically attacked and they respond physically to that attack to stop it, that we're going to back our officers.
Snelling takes over a department partially defunded and down nearly 1,500 officers. Utility customers across Illinois could soon see a massive increase in your natural gas bills. Zero input from taxpayers on this, as an administrative judge at the Illinois Commerce Commission recommended rate increases for the four gas companies, the regulated monopolies of Ameren, Nicor, Peoples Gas, and North Shore Gas. Blackhawks finish up their 5-game season-opening road trip when they visit Colorado tonight, and the Bulls wrap up exhibition play with a game against the Timberwolves. The news service of MyPillow and their 6-pack bath towel sets, they're back in stock, and for a limited time, get 50% savings with promo code LIBERTY. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual, on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 844-47-BIBLE. That's 844-47-BIBLE. 844-47-BIBLE.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Hi, my name is Peg. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother. Family is so important to me, and I want to stay healthy so that I can continue to do the things that I enjoy doing with all of them. I would recommend Balance of Nature. It's so easy to do every day. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
.708, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Advanced Design Studio. Thinking of a home renovation but not sure where to begin? Check out Common Sense Remodeling with Advanced Design Studio at advanceddesignstudio.com. Kennedy 1 hour O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike right now is at 52,390 to the old post office. Stevenson, it's an hour into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan, 2395th into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Mostly cloudy for today. Couple of showers around. The high 62. Clouds and some showers tonight, low 52. Morning shower in spots tomorrow. Partly sunny with a high 62. And then variable cloudiness. A shower on Saturday. The high 58. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
55 at O'Hare. 56 Midway. 46 in fog in Aurora. And your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Your federal government. Who protects the Praetorian Guard in D.C.? Well, the Department of Justice, among other agencies, apparently. The story of IRS contractor Charles Littlejohn. I loved him in Robin Hood.
Oh my God, what's the guy's name again?
Charles Littlejohn, like Little John, like the character in Robin
Right.
Hood. Littlejohn admitted to stealing tax returns for President Trump and thousands of wealthy Americans before leaking them to two separate outlets. ProPublica has done 50 stories with all the information he stole and leaked. We don't know his motives, but he leaked Trump's information to the New York Times at the point when Trump was fighting demands for his tax returns by Democrats in Congress. He also carefully planned to get away with the theft and avoid detection, as the Justice Department's court documents make clear. He used broad search parameters designed to conceal the true purpose of his queries. He employed a private website, virtual machines, multiple devices to avoid IRS protocols designed to detect and prevent large downloads or uploads. And even though the maximum penalty for unauthorized disclosure of tax information is 5 years for every instance, and we're talking about thousands of records, he's looking at a potential plea deal of 8 months with a fine of in the range of $4,000 to $40,000. Violate the tax confidentiality of thousands of people, get away with little more than a year in federal prison for white-collar criminals. That's what the Department of Justice wants for Charles Littlejohn. The old Kleinsmith slap on the wrist, because, hey, you were... they won't say this. I'm going to say it. Because what you did was illegal, but it was in furtherance of our politics, including at the Department of Justice. It was in furtherance of getting Trump, embarrassing Trump, and embarrassing other wealthy people who aren't paying their fair share. How do we know that? Because Mr. 10% says so. So, it was illegal, and you're going to have to fall on the sword a little bit, Hunter Biden, but it's not terrible. The Praetorian Guard and the Department of Justice as the in-house counsel. And by the way, who comprises the Praetorian Guard? Just while we're talking about the federal government, this Daily Wire story is really remarkable. It's difficult to be surprised by what you'll find when you start turning over rocks in D.C., but one of the things you'll find is Nejwa Ali, who's an officer at the Department of Homeland Security. She handles asylum claims. She's also a pro-Hamas former spokesman for the Palestinian Liberation Organization.
Of course she is. Yeah.
Who has been posting pictures on social media of Hamas terrorists parachuting into Gaza with guns, writing, "F Israel and any Jew who supports Israel." After working for the PLO office in D.C., She secured a job at the Department of Homeland Security. Of course she did, as an asylum officer, where she was tasked with applying immigration laws and regulations to asylum applications. Then, more recently, she moved over to be an adjudication officer for the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, where she analyzes amended legislation or policy, prepares written reports and findings, and reviews matters to make determinations on cases for immigration benefits. She's the one vetting asylum applications and benefits packages for immigrants. Anybody vet her? Probably they did.
They did, and they're like, come on over. We
One of
want
us.
you. Yep.
There's your Praetorian Guard, and who is at the ready to defend the Praetorian Guard, even if you have to, do some things that are a bit uncomfortable, a prosecution that's a bit uncomfortable to sort of give the appearance of equal justice under the law. Okay. For more on this and other political matters, local and geopolitical, John Hindraker, president of the Center of the American Experiment, contributor to PowerlineBlog.com. John, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Let's some interesting personnel choices as well as prosecutorial discretion we see playing out in D.C., isn't it?
Dan, there's a popular perception that we live in a country that has two standards of justice, one for Democrats, one for Republicans. And this Little John story is just more confirmation of that. It is absolutely true. He leaked all these tax returns, but he did it in furtherance of the cause, the Democratic Party cause. And so, as you say, he got the Klein-Smith slap on the wrist. We've seen this over and over again, and particularly from the politicized Department of Justice. Now, I'm sure you remember when Eric Holder, back in the Obama administration, described himself as Attorney General as President Obama's wingman. Remember that? Well,
yeah.
Those are the good old days. I mean, the Department of Justice has really gotten corrupt under Merrick Garland.
Yeah, I thought he meant maybe just at the bathhouses, but apparently it was bigger than that. Hello.
Maybe on the basketball court.
It's really. I mean, particularly this DHS officer, given the context of it, with the president being over in Israel and expressing support for Israel, even though there's some equivocations there, and what you're seeing in D.C. and from members of Congress like Rashida Tlaib, we were just talking about earlier. It's the sort of enemies inside the perimeter when it comes to shared values. This is what people who worry about identitarian politics, like myself, mean when we talk about the existential downside of identitarian politics. If you don't have shared values as citizens, as Americans, then it doesn't take much to descend into ugliness.
Well, we've seen a lot of ugliness, Dan, haven't we? I mean, we've seen it in the universities. We've seen it from some church groups. We've seen it from politicians like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and many others. And it's been kind of shocking, frankly. I don't expect much from leftists, Dan, and neither do you. But these people have no problem with mass murder, with gang rape, with beheading babies and burning babies alive, with kidnapping people, with going around hunting people down like animals, as these Gazans did. And we're seeing all these people, and people from the arts world, all these people who apparently have no problem with that, whatever. Not a word of condemnation. But if Israel sets out to defend itself, or, God forbid, to exact revenge, which they certainly ought to do, and I hope are doing, then these people go nuts. These people go nuts. And I don't know what kind of moral standard they can possibly be applying. But as you say, it's identitarian politics. They've got a side in the conflicts in the Middle East, and that side obviously is not Israel, and that side also is not the United States.
Well, a lot of Hollywood elites, like John Cusack, I don't know if you know him, but he tweeted out that Biden's trip was a disaster, openly hugging prime minister who's spoken about genocidal thoughts, showing compassion, concern for Israeli victims, not for Palestinians. He should have demanded to meet with a delegation of Palestinians, could have demanded a ceasefire. Well, the problem is that Mahmoud Abbas decided not to meet with him after the alleged bombing of the hospital, which really was Hamas anyway. So what do you do in this situation? How can you convince these idiots, or just there's no hope for them?
Well, there's no
Convince
hope
John
for them.
Cusack?
Look, this is one of the things we're learning. There is no hope for somebody who sees what we saw in this Gaza attack on Israel, the slaughtered families, the murdered babies, the rapes, the kidnappings, the parading of naked victims around. I mean, anybody who sees that and thinks, oh, that's okay, that's okay, that's my team, there is no hope for that person. And the best we can do is, number one, hope that they're a small minority. I think they are. I'll come back to that in a moment. And number two, try to get them the heck out of here. I mean, the ones that we can ship out of the country under the immigration laws, and Tom Cotton was saying this yesterday, let's get them the heck out of the country. If we can't ship them out of the country, let's at least get them out of the government, get them out of the universities, get them out of other institutions where they can do harm. But, a quick comment, Amy, on Biden's visit to Israel, which was about an hour and a half long.
But they said it was 8 hours, but they had to refuel. So,
yeah. So anyway, a quick comment. I mean, the people around Biden are not completely stupid, right? And they know that 98% of Americans were shocked and horrified by what Hamas and the Gazans did in this sneak attack on Israel. And Biden did the right thing morally, and he also did the right thing politically. The vast majority of Americans are not interested in this equivalence between the evil that is done by Hamas and by the Gazans and the response to that evil by Israel. These people calling for a ceasefire, I mean, that's exactly as if the day after Pearl Harbor, people have been out saying, okay, time for a ceasefire. I mean, it's crazy.
Right, we fire, then ceasefire. Yeah, no,
right,
sure.
Exactly.
Who doesn't want that?
And then let a little time go by, they're going to fire some more.
I wanted to get your assessment as to whether or not there's any hope for House Republicans to find a speaker, or are we going to track to have Patrick give me McLiberty or give me McDeath, McHenry be the interim for a while?
Well, let's just hope it's not Jeffries. I mean, it's a sad spectacle. It's a sad spectacle, Dan. I mean, the Republicans have no party discipline. They have no party loyalty. They command a slim majority in the House of Representatives, and they should follow a simple principle, which, by the way, is what the Democrats do. Whoever gets the majority in the Republican caucus is now going to be the Speaker of the House, because the Republicans are all going to vote for him. That's the simple principle that not only at the federal level, but at all levels of government.
Yeah, that's
caucuses
right.
follow. Our caucus votes, and the winner in our caucus, we all vote for him, and he's the Speaker or whatever, right? And because the Republicans are completely lacking in party loyalty and party discipline, they have no ability to hold their caucus together, and they have turncoats who will vote with the Democrats. And I don't know what these people want, right? They weren't satisfied with McCarthy. They're not satisfied with Jim Jordan. I don't know what they want, and I'm not sure what it's going to take to get us a Speaker of the House.
Well, I mean, obviously it's different people that are differently dissatisfied, but still the responsibility falls on the shoulders of Matt Gaetz and those who led the effort to depose McCarthy, the successful effort to depose McCarthy, because we said this at the beginning, too. It's like, all right, I'm not here to live or die on a hill for Kevin McCarthy, though I think he did a pretty good job, all things considered, up until that point. But if you want to depose him, then you better have a plan that is seamless in terms of succession. And his plan was, I like Jim Jordan or I like Steve Scalise. I would say, well, it's not. You're not the only vote. So how do you put together the necessary votes to ensure that the transition is smooth and it doesn't splinter as it has? And of course, there was no thinking about that. It was just posturing over spending and something seemingly personal between the two of them. And now you have really sort of an embarrassing level of chaos and seeming incompetence at a moment where not only does it require Republicans to be speaking with moral clarity in one voice, but there's a huge political opportunity in addition to that.
Well, that's exactly right, Dan. And you make a great point. There was no plan. You know, it was ego, it was personal vendetta. Gates was happy when he got McCarthy toppled, right? When he got McCarthy ousted. That was the end as far as he was concerned. He had no plan. The people who voted with him had no plan. And here we are.
John Hindraker is the president of Center for the American Experiment, as well as a contributor at PowerlineBlog.com. Always must-reading, PowerlineBlog.com. John, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Dan. Have a good day.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You've heard me talk about my love of coffee over and over again. I'm here to tell you I have discovered one of the best brews I've ever tasted and a company that I cannot wait to support. I'm here to tell you about Bone Frog Coffee. The Bone Frog is a sacred symbol in the SEAL teams. It honors those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. Bone Frog was founded by Tim Crook Shank, a former Navy SEAL and 25-year Navy veteran. Bone Frog honors the fallen, those who gave everything for our freedoms and our American way of life, by giving 10% of all the proceeds to benefit many of the U.S. Navy SEAL foundations. Here's what I need you to do. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Get 10% off your first order. You will also get 15% off Bone Frog Coffee subscriptions. Just enter Liberty at checkout. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. That's bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Taste one of the best brews you ever tasted. 10% of the proceeds go to benefit the Navy SEALs. You'll feel good. It's an American company. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty.
All right, can't wait to do it. Looking forward to it in about an hour, taking Balance of Nature. Why? Not getting enough fruits and vegetables on my own. And when you fill your body with the very best, you know, the fruits and vegetables that grow from the ground or from trees, you're giving your body the best possible nourishment. And good nutrition is the key to everything. You're stronger, you're healthier, you think more quickly. Words won't be hard come 8:30 when I take my Balance of Nature. So do it. 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. That is the number to call. Please use discount code Chicago. You'll get 35% off and free shipping, and you'll like it. Give it a try. Some people notice a difference right away. Others, it takes 2 weeks. Others, a month. But 9 out of the 10 people that I talk to on a regular basis love their Balance of Nature. 800-246-8751 or online at balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, former CI officer and survival expert Jason Hansen here. I teach people how to prepare for the unexpected. And right now, most Americans with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts are not prepared for a financial crisis that could hit the U.S. in the next 45 days if we don't fix our ramped up government spending. I have partnered with Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America, to release my new Financial Crisis Survival Kit that's 100% free for everyone with a retirement account who calls in today. Simply call 800-900-8000. My Financial Crisis Survival Kit is jam-packed with valuable information on how you can protect yourself with physical gold and silver. Your first step to protection is calling 800-900-8000 and speaking to one of their Gold IRA specialists.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Check with your financial advisor before investing.
Again, simply call 800-900-8000.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, all right, so you observed what John Cusack had to say. John Cusack. I'll cedar John Cusack, and I'll raise you a Wally Shawn. Wally Shawn, of course, Princess Bride. Wally Shawn, Dinner with Andre, a great movie that your mom fell asleep during.
Yes, she did. Sorry, Louise just didn't like it. She was tired. She worked hard.
That's a great movie.
All
and
right.
I really like Wally Shawn as an actor. And, this is where you have to keep artists because so many of them know so little about everything else other than their art. Wally Shawn is a member of this group called Jewish Voice for Peace, which are essentially appeasers of Muslim extremism. And this is what he had to say at a little rally that was held at the Capitol the other day.
Certainly one of the most deliberate cruelties inflicted on a group of people that I can remember and that my own government has supported. Even in Vietnam, there was a whole elaborate explanation that people gave, and they didn't quite admit that they just were slaughtering the innocent. This is very deliberate because, and I also don't really believe in revenge, and that's what this is.
That's how he sees it. The atrocities he was talking about was the Israeli response. Wally Shawn, who is Jewish. Yeah. Wally Shawn's philosophy is about the same hubris as Vizzini's in Princess Bride. And you know how that ended for Vizzini. Coming up at 7:37, we're going to talk to Seth Frantzman. He's a Jerusalem-based analyst and adjunct fellow for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, who is currently driving north to the Lebanon border at the moment. We'll get a on-the-ground perspective from Seth Frantzman, 7:37.
But now let's head into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
57 degrees, cloudy skies, on and off showers at 7:31. A Lebanese news outlet says there have been 2 U.S. military bases that have come under attack in Syria. The claim is that there was a drone attack on a U.S. base near Syria's border with Iraq, one in northern Syria. The U.S. is vetoing a UN resolution that called for a pause in the Israeli-Hamas conflict. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield blamed the Palestinian terror group Hamas for the crisis. President Biden will address the nation tonight about the war in the Gaza Strip. Biden once again confirming the Gaza hospital was damaged by a rocket fired by Islamic militants.
Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if it had a different footprint.
Biden also says he's working to try to get Americans kidnapped by Hamas freed. Another vote for Speaker of the House is expected today. This after Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan fell short of the 217 needed to be elected for the second time in 2 days. Ohio Representative Tom Cole is still backing Jim Jordan.
I've read H.R. 2. I've seen what his committee produced. And it's not just money, it's policy and change that will provide security for the American people.
The chamber has been unable to move any legislation following Kevin McCarthy's ouster a few weeks ago. A man is dead, shot by a deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called out yesterday and found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood all around him. As that deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up, retrieved a meat cleaver, and lunged at the deputy. Only then did the deputy shoot the man, sending him to the hospital, where he later died. Authorities continue investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint in Schaumburg. It happened yesterday morning at a U.S. bank on Meacham Road. Protesters in Chicago continue to show their support for Palestinians in Gaza. This protester was one of a few thousand who rallied at Federal Plaza.
It is the duty of our congresspeople and the Biden administration to demand that Israel stop its bombing immediately.
The demonstrations have condemned the rising death toll in the war. DePaul University has hired former Blue Demon and NBA star Mark Aguirre as a special assistant to the athletic director. Aguirre grew up here in Chicago, starred as a freshman on that 1979 Final Four team. It was a two-time consensus All-American and two-time NBA champ. Blackhawks wrap up a 5-game season opening road trip when they visit Colorado tonight, coming off a win over Toronto. Justin Fields' status for this Sunday is up in the air. He did not participate in practice yesterday, healing up his dislocated thumb. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. With decades of C-suite experience, Turnkey knows small business. Their team of veteran consultants know how to reduce cost and grow new revenue streams, all without having to hire on-site professionals. Turnkey has solutions for your business. Visit turnkey.pro. 7:34. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Freedom Summit Chicago tickets are now on sale. Join AM 560, The Answer, on November 11th at the Westin Chicago Northwest for Freedom Summit, featuring Rand Paul, Judge Janine Pirro from Fox News, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by St. John's Lutheran School in Lombard, Tom Mirabali, independent insurance agent with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, and by overheaddoorchicago.com.
You've heard Rumpke's Garage commercials on AM 560, and now they specialize in servicing Sprinters and light-duty diesels. But the experts at Rumpke's also service Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. So if you own an Isuzu or Chevy low-cab forward truck but aren't sure where to get it repaired, take it to Rumpke's Garage, your #1 dealer alternative for repairs to your Isuzu NPR, Isuzu F-Series, or Chevy low-cab forward truck. Whether gas or diesel, your truck is the lifeline of your business. That's why Rumpke's Garage offers free loaners while your truck is being serviced. They'll even pick up and deliver for your convenience. Rumpke's Garage has the factory scan tool to properly diagnose Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. Their commitment to your business is backed with a complimentary maintenance plan and free 2-year warranty. Go to Rumpke'sGarage.com to learn more about their specialization in Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks and schedule your appointment today. That's Remkes, REMKES, Garage.com.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scan, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave. Don't treat yourself like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
7:37 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Inbound Edens, 31 Lake Cook Road to the Junction. Kennedy right now. It's an hour 6 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Kennedy outbound 42 to the big airport, and the Ike is an hour 8 from 390 into the old post office. On the toll roads, we're seeing delays on the Tri-State northbound between the Reagan and the Eisenhower, and delays on the Reagan itself eastbound right at Roosevelt Road. Veterans Memorial, an accident with a left lane block northbound 355 between I-55 and 63rd. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mostly cloudy, couple of showers today, high 62. Little rain overnight, low 52. Fall rain tomorrow. Otherwise, partly sunny by the afternoon and a high of 62 and 48 tomorrow night. 56 at O'Hare, fog, and 47 in Aurora. And your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897. Online at papanicholas.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. For those who are posturing as peacemakers, calling for ceasefire, saying to stop the killing on both sides, saying, as you just heard from actor Wally Shawn before the news, I don't believe in revenge. I want you to hear some first-person accounts from Yossi Lando, who is a commander with the Zaka group. This is a group of first responders, volunteer paramedics, search and rescue individuals. He was on the ground after the attack the other weekend in Gaza at the hands of Hamas terrorists. He saw firsthand. He's responding, as are his people. And by the way, as you'll hear from him, his people are Jews and Arabs and Christians. There's no animus towards the Arab world writ large, but there is animus toward Hamas for all kinds of obvious reasons. But let's just remind ourselves what we're talking about in terms of the attack that was committed and the atrocities that were committed, so it doesn't get lost in all of the propagandizing and posturing. On that day,
you've been doing this for 3 decades. Did anything prepare you for what you saw 10 days ago?
No, not at all. I can't say that I'm used to disasters because no one is used to disasters, but I went through a lot. If it's natural disasters or attacks, it's 9/11 attack, or it was in Surfside and in Miami, I was there. But something like this is the... I can't call them animals. I can't. It's a shame for the animals, but they came in and killing, just for killing and brutality and taking pregnant women. I will say it even though it's very hard for me. I saw it and I was there. The pregnant woman was lying on the floor. Her baby turned her over. Her stomach was butchered open. She had the baby, the infant, the unborn infant, still connected to the cord, with the cord, stabbed, and she was shot in the back.
Which was a kibbutz, which was an absolute slaughter. You said even with your experience, you reached a breaking point. Tell me about that day.
That's correct. When we went in, the first house that we went in, and we saw parents, father and mother, tied to the back, and against them there was a boy and a girl, small children, exactly against them, tied in the back. They were tortured. Father was missing an eye, was missing body parts from the children, and they were sitting in the middle. This terrorist sitting in the middle, eating the meal of this family, the holiday meal they were eating over there while torturing the children in front. Now, when you go into such a place, you use imagination. As I said, those bodies were talking to us. They was just talking to us. They explained us. They gave us the story. We saw that. It never happened to us. I went into with my group, and they broke. They said, we can't do it. I took them and I told them, with this suit, with everything, we're gonna sit now with the blood. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna sing a song. It's like we sit with a family and let's get some more courage because we have a mission to finish.
And you did that, and you went back in.
I went back in. Then I saw much more that I can't even explain it.
Yossi Landau has a message for President Biden and the West.
If you had a moment to speak to President Biden about what should happen in response to this, what would you tell him?
I would tell him that Hamas is even worse than ISIS. It's not the Arab world. We have nothing against the Arab world. We have in our organization Arabs, Muslims, Jews, Christians, everybody. I like them, and I would say, give me a family from Gaza, and I'll take them into my house. I have no problem with that. They're suffering because of the Hamas. Please let us finish our job. Please help us to let us finish our job. We can't live anymore with those terrorists. They're torturing their own people, and they're torturing even more our people.
For more on this, Seth Frantzman joins us. He's a Jerusalem-based analyst and adjunct fellow for the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, senior Middle East correspondent for the Jerusalem Post as well. And as we mentioned, he's currently driving north to the Lebanon border. Seth, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So just in terms of, your perspective on the domestic political discourse coming from those who are, to be generous, pro-Palestinian, that a ceasefire is warranted, that Israel needs to stop the killing. Your response?
Well, obviously, you can't have a ceasefire because the people that were involved in, massacring 1,400 people and kidnapping 200 of them, they haven't ceased their fire. They've already conducted the fire, and they have to be rounded up. They have to be detained or arrested or neutralized. And that's just the way it works. You can't have, for instance, a 9/11, and then the terrorists go back to Afghanistan, and you say, okay, now we cease fire. So it doesn't make any sense. And I think clearly there has to be justice, and then at the end, then there can be some sort of ceasefire when the people that did this are arrested or detained or meet their ends the way that has to happen.
And one of the other things, too, just in terms of how that justice has to be exacted, this is not, Munich, right? This is not something that can be done simply by tactical forces of zeroing in on specific Hamas leaders. They have infrastructure. We know about the underground tunnels where ostensibly a lot of hostages are being kept. They have weapons caches. I mean, this requires a conventional response, if you will, at least in the modern era, in addition to surgical response.
Yeah, I mean, Hamas runs a terrorist army and a kind of terrorist mini genocidal state. So obviously, the only way to deal with that generally is to go in there, just like you would any other group that has done something like this. I mean, as Israel's Prime Minister said, similar to the Nazis or similar to ISIS, which is also what the U.S. Secretary of Defense said. So if you're dealing with ISIS, then how did they defeat them? They went into all these cities where ISIS was, like in Mosul or Raqqa, and they eliminated them all. And that's obviously how Al Qaeda was defeated. It's how the Nazis were defeated. That's just how you have to defeat groups like that. The idea of just using a few precision strikes. I mean, how many members of Hamas crossed the border on October 7th? They estimate up to 2,900 people, obviously from different groups, and they're holding hostages. So they have to get the hostages out, and they have to go in and eliminate all the people that were involved in it.
Well, then how do you get the hostages out? I mean, President Biden said yesterday, they're working with it to get all the hostages, not just the Americans, but you have kids as young as 5 months old. You have an elderly woman who's a Holocaust survivor that they kidnapped as well. And I don't know if you saw the video that was posted I think Megyn Kelly posted it. There was all these Hamas terrorists holding Israeli babies and, rocking them and using them basically as human shields, but while trying to take care of them. It was a very strange dichotomy.
Well, this is obviously a huge challenge, and that's why you don't want to have hostages usually taken. So that's why Israel in the past worked very hard that would not happen. But I think in the end of the day, there has to be a way to not only to get them out, but also the international community has to come together, just like it did when the U.S. was fighting ISIS. 70 countries signed on to the anti-ISIS coalition. So clearly, the international community has to be involved in this process as well, and there's a lot to be done on that front as well. So, however it works, in the end of the day, the hostages have to come home, and the people holding them have to be taken to justice.
Yeah, and how is the international community, at least the part of it that surrounds Israel, coming together on the topic?
Well, it doesn't seem like most of the countries in the region actually have sufficiently condemned this or done a lot about it. And we actually saw how some of them, when Biden was flying here, that they, refused to meet with him, and they signed on to this kind of Hamas disinformation about this hospital being hit. So I think it has unfortunately shown that despite the peace that Israel has in the region, there's a lot more work nevertheless to be done to make sure that groups like Hamas do not have the ability to continue to fly around the region like a jet set and get a red carpet from places like whether it's Qatar or flying into Lebanon or getting support from other countries, Iran or Turkey or what have you.
How powerful is this propaganda, like the propaganda surrounding that hospital strike in Gaza that, including in the Western press, was essentially attributed to Israel? They took Hamas's word for it. So many of the outlets like the New York Times did initially. But now you're talking about that information spreading in countries where the state has significant control on the flow of information. And so the assertion and the propaganda gets out, and then they can substantially quell any of the truth getting out to populations that have been animated by the propaganda.
Well, it seems like this was a very smoothly run operation by Hamas, which purposely spread apparently fake number of death toll or inflated death toll, and was able to kind of operationalize not only Iranian-backed media in the region, but also this kind of Muslim Brotherhood backed media machine as well, which radicalizes people in countries, whether it's Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, Iran, or other places, Iraq as well, Lebanon. We saw attacks on U.S. interests and U.S. consulates and things like that in the region as well. We've seen now threats to U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. So this is a very powerful media machine. It's very important, I think, that the Western media not buy into this. We talk a lot about disinformation and misinformation, so we need to stand with our word on that. And if someone is telling you, well, there was an airstrike on a hospital and 500 people are dead, I mean, you have to go and verify that, and that's what Western media claims that it does. So it's important that they stand with their values.
What does the response to what has occurred and the response thus far since the attack, what does that say about the real impact or sticking power the Abraham Accords had? Is that all by the boards now, or is there an opportunity to continue to try to build alliances, stability in the Middle East between Israel and the Arab world after this?
There's lots of opportunities in the future. Things can change. The Abraham Accords are still there. But it just shows that you can never, ever allow or underestimate, opponents like Hamas. And even if they look to be momentarily weak or somehow restrained or deterred, that they aren't usually. So, this event on October 7th was some sort of a strategic black swan event. It was not something a lot of people thought about, I guess. And it has set in motion a whole bunch of very, very bad things, like a Pandora's box. Obviously, that all has to go back in the box. And I think then the kind of ideas of stability and all the things that we were talking about on October 6th can return, but it will take probably time to get back there.
And Hezbollah saber-rattling yesterday, suggesting that if Israel doesn't stop its response, then Hezbollah will look forward to, and they do launch that anticipated ground invasion, then Hezbollah will join Hamas on the battlefield?
Well, we're sitting talking to you right now from about a mile from Hezbollah, I think, on the border. We're in Israel, and we're right next to the north. So, so far it's been a bit quiet. Every day there tends to be attacks, and Israel is obviously mobilized and prepared for that. I think that's the clear message we've seen from all the political leaders coming here, is that it's trying to show, that Iran must not operationalize its thought to create a two-front conflict. But obviously, if that does happen, it will be a very serious conflict, because Hezbollah is a very well-armed terrorist group that also has impunity over the years to basically take over Lebanon. And the international community has not done enough to deal with it, just like they didn't do enough to deal with Hamas.
Now, are you concerned? And I don't know if everybody knows about this because everybody was focused on the alleged, bombing of the hospital that was from an Israeli rocket. That was not. It was from Palestinian Islamists. But at midnight yesterday, the UN lifted its cap on Iran's ability to sell missiles to anyone it wants. Is that a concern over there in Israel?
I think it is a concern. I mean, Iran has a very powerful missile program and a drone program. The ending of the sanctions is going to allow them to kind of put some of that programs on steroids and import stuff from Russia or North Korea or China. They were probably doing some of that anyway, but it's going to allow them to do it with some pretense of legality. So obviously the sanctions on the missile and the drone programs and all this have to go back on. And there has to be monitoring to not allow them to continue to pour resources into that.
Seth Frantzman is Jerusalem-based analyst and adjunct fellow for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. He's also senior Middle East correspondent for the Jerusalem Post. Seth Frantzman, thanks so much for joining us. Keep your head on a swivel out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Looking to purchase a new home? Then you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Saving for a down payment is one of the largest challenges borrowers face when purchasing a home. But I have amazing news. Team Hochberg has a new loan program for borrowers who qualify that will enable you to purchase a home with only 1% down and no private mortgage insurance. You heard me. Team Hochberg has a new loan program that will enable borrowers who qualify to purchase a home with only 1% down and no private mortgage insurance. To see if you qualify, call Team Hochberg now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners secure financing on new homes, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. 855-563-2843 or visit our website 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 112-4061.
All right. A little rainfall and, morning showers tomorrow as well. And then possible showers on Saturday as well. It goes on and on and on. When does the rain season stop? Well, when it does, in between storms, is a perfect time to call our good friends at Permaseal, whether you want to check out their air dehumidification system, air purifier system, or if you want to stop the water from coming in your basement and crawl space, it's the company to call. They've been in business for more than 40 years. Roy Spencer, still family owned and operated. It is the place to go. And crews can be there soon, quickly. You can go online to schedule a free, yes, it is free, a free estimate, or call 800-421-SEAL, 800-421-7325, or go online to permaseal.net.
This is Seth Leibson of 960thepatriot.com for Town Hall. Horrific attacks against Israeli and American civilians have, justifiably, shaken the world. In the battle over Israel's right to exist, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln, one side wanted peace, one side made war. Israel accepted war rather than let itself perish, and the war came. Hamas does not want Israel to exist at all, and Hamas owns Gaza, running it for nearly 20 years. Gaza could have become a startup nation, a travel destination, a Singapore. Instead, it chose to become a terror statelet. October 7th was a culmination, not an aberration. Israel won't react proportionally. Doing so would mean raping and deliberately, gruesomely slaughtering innocents. Instead, Israel will engage in a long and drawn-out military effort, risking more Israelis along the way. And a lot of lives Hamas puts at risk. In the battle for civility over depravity, which is upon us now, we must steel ourselves. Don't expect it to be over quickly. I'm Seth Leibson.
Publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu.
Homeowners experiencing low water pressure, rusty yellow water, little to no hot water, or pressure so low that showering is difficult?
Honey, don't flush. I'm in the shower.
These are all symptoms of clogged and corroded galvanized water pipes that are filled with gunk older than you. You should see it. It's disgusting. You drink it, brush your teeth with it, and bathe in it. Yuck. For your family's sake, repipe your home with quality PEX or copper pipes from All Affordable Plumbing. We're your local, family-owned and operated repiping expert. We can repipe your home in 1 to 3 days with minimal disturbance, and we include a lifetime guarantee. And for a limited time, we're offering 12-month no-interest, no-payment financing and a free water heater. So if you have low water pressure, call for a free in-home estimate at 800-NEW-PIPE or visit allaffordable.org. That's 800-NEW-PIPE or visit allaffordable.org. If you have low water pressure, a copper repipe will get you flowing again. Call for a free estimate at 800-NEW-PIPE. That's 800-NEW-PIPE.
Join us for the Bank the Blue Gala on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. Welcome address by Masters of Ceremonies Fox 32 anchor Anita Padilla and sports anchor Lou Canellis as we raise both awareness and funds for our heroes in blue that need our support. Bank the Blue is a nonprofit organization that funds confidential mental health services and officer wellness programs for Illinois law enforcement officers. Local departments alone are unable to provide the mental health wellness services that their officers so desperately need. The goal of this event is to build awareness surrounding the importance of officer wellness, to combat the stigma associated with officers and mental health, and to fundraise for this important cause. We anticipate 1,000 attendees from both the law enforcement and civilian communities. The third annual Bank the Blue fundraising gala is on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. Corporate sponsorship opportunities and individual tickets are available. Visit bankthebluegala.com for more details. That's bankthebluegala.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, Governor Jellybelly gets fellatioed by the New Yorker. First time he's felt a tingle down there in a while, I bet.
And there's a post he has not taken down yet, and I don't know why. Now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott. Mike, have you seen Rockford, Illinois lately? It's in reference to that.
I've not been to Rockford, Illinois.
Oh, he's got a really nice version of it, that's for sure.
A Deerfield man charged with insider trading. Pritzker launches a pro-abortion scheme, and the Bulls host the T-Wolves. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
There are even more hostages than first thought. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, all being held captive in Gaza.
203 families have been notified that their loved ones are being held by Hamas and smaller factions inside Gaza. We've been talking with intelligence sources who indicate there are conversations going on behind the scenes to try and get some of those hostages out before the Israeli ground operation moves forward.
Fox's Trey Hinks near the border reports Israeli airstrikes killed 2 more Hamas leaders overnight as the terrorists keep firing back on day 13 of Israel's war against Hamas.
Moments ago, there were air raid sirens sounding in the city of Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city, sending hundreds of thousands of people to bomb shelters.
Israel's also been hit by rockets from militants in Lebanon, where the U.S. Embassy is urging Americans there to get out as soon as possible. The day after his trip to Israel, President Biden will address the nation from the Oval Office at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. On his way home on Air Force One, he said Israel has allowed Egypt to send humanitarian aid to Gaza.
If Hamas confiscates it or doesn't let it get through or just confiscates it, then it's going to end because we're not going to be sending any humanitarian aid to Hamas.
Now, they want to help the million-plus Palestinian civilians who fled their homes in the war with food and fuel in low supply. Nearly 3,500 have been killed. Jim Jordan could try for a third day in a row to be elected House Speaker, though 22 of his fellow Republicans refused to back him in the second attempt.
Several lawmakers are now openly pitching the idea of giving the Speaker pro tem, North Carolina Republican Patrick McHenry, expanded authority to allow the House to vote on resolutions and bills. It's a move that would likely require buy-in from a significant number of Democrats along with Republicans to end what has been now more than 2 weeks without a speaker.
Fox's Jared Halpern. We just got an update on unemployment. First-time jobless claims fell last week to 198,000. That's the fewest since mid-January. America's listening to Fox News.
Gray skies, a little fog, a little wet weather this morning. 55 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead after being shot by a deputy in unincorporated Round Lake. Lake County Sheriff's Office says deputies were called out yesterday to a home and found an unresponsive man on a mattress with blood surrounding him. As the deputy was attempting life-saving efforts, the man woke up, immediately retrieved a meat cleaver that was next to him and lunged at the deputy. Then The deputy shot the man, sending him to a hospital where he later died. Protesters in Chicago continue to show their support for the Palestinian cause. This protester was one of a few thousand who rallied yesterday in Federal Plaza.
It is the duty of our congresspeople and the Biden administration to demand that Israel stop its bombing immediately.
It was the third protest this week as Governor J.B. Pritzker continues his frenzied push for 1 million electric vehicles on Illinois roads by 2030. Many legislators are now saying Pritzker is pushing an unrealistic plan. Pritzker promoted his progressive plan in front of stakeholders yesterday. However, State Rep David Freese says the Pritzker plan is unrealistic because the cars that are available, well, Illinoisans simply cannot afford them.
People do not have that money lying around to buy an EV. They just don't. The average working person and lower middle income, they don't have that kind of money.
The average cost of an EV in Illinois is nearly $40,000. Blackhawks visit Colorado and finish up their season-opening road swing tonight while the Bulls take on the Timberwolves. The news a service of Woodland Windows and Doors. See Marvin Products in their beautiful showroom at the corner of Lake and Gary in Roselle or visit woodlandwindows.com for a free in-home expert consultation. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaks today at an event hosted by the Economic Club of New York. He's expected to offer an update on the economy and the Fed's inflation fight. American Airlines just reported stronger than expected earnings, though its revenue number came in weaker than predicted. American Airlines shares are lower. AT&T is reporting an upbeat summer quarter and is raising its forecast for the year. The company added more than 500,000 customers with a monthly bill in the period, also picked up nearly 300,000 fiber subscribers. Walt Disney's ESPN business saw its profit decline 20% in recent months. Disney's breaking down the financials as it looks for a strategic partner. ESPN is dealing with cord cutting and high prices for sports programming. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Posola, invested in you.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $29 billion were stolen last year alone. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself if you become a victim. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Join now and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com, promo code Clay.
At SimpliSafe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Eating balance of nature, fruits and veggies, is not replacing the fruits and vegetables in your diet. It is fruits and vegetables in your diet. Ask yourself, how many servings of fruits and vegetables have I eaten today? Have you eaten 1, 2, 3, and from how many varieties? Most people are less than 3. Our body is an amazing chemical laboratory, and when you give it the right chemistry, it functions the best. Balance of Nature is 31 different fruits and vegetables prepared in a way to give you the ultimate whole fruit and vegetable chemistry. Let Balance of Nature help you supplement your fruit and vegetable intake for a lot less money and a lot less work and a much higher quality of life.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really understood what people meant when they talked about pain until I started feeling it myself.
Start feeling better every day with Relief Factor. a daily supplement designed to support your body's fight against aches and pains.
Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better.
Created by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that target 4 metabolic pathways to address pain. Relief Factor doesn't just mask aches and pains, it helps reduce or even eliminate them.
Today, I do the things I love, and it doesn't occur to me to think about pain.
You can feel the difference all day, every day.
Join the over 1 million people who have tried Relief Factor's 3-week Quick Start Kit. It's only $19.95 and comes with our Feel Better or Your Money Back guarantee. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
8:08, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. On the inbound Kennedy, an hour and 23 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. You're jammed from the junction all the way into Belmont. Kennedy outbound right now running at about 38 to the big airport, 70 in on the inbound Ike from 390 to the old post office. Eisenhower outbound, report of an accident with a right lane block approaching the Route 390, the toll road on the Eisenhower extension. Stevenson inbound 56 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan in about 35 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. On the tri-state, stop-and-go traffic northbound between 87th all the way up through 31st. The Veterans has an accident on the right shoulder. It's on southbound 355 between North and Roosevelt. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Mostly cloudy for today. Couple of showers around. The high 62. Clouds and some showers tonight, low 52. Morning shower in spots tomorrow. Partly sunny with a high 62. And then variable cloudiness. A shower on Saturday. The high 58. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
55 at O'Hare. Next news 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago. Ensure your legacy lives on. Set your final wishes in place. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Better get the lever and pulley system rigged so that Governor Spalding can find his willy, because he's going to want to touch it.
Oh my God! Will you
after
stop it?
reading this.
Dan.
What are you talking about? He's going to want to be alone with his copy of the New Yorker. I bet the pages are going to stick together after he reads this hagiographic, the billionaire hotel heir and progressive hero. As the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker has managed to unstick a dysfunctional state government while pushing through an unapologetically liberal agenda. Can his strategy work on a national level? Writes Peter Slevin breathlessly. All right, everybody towel off here.
Okay.
The piece is interestingly focused on abortion. You know, he just started this Think Big national organization to promote abortion on demand all over the country, like Illinois features.
Yeah, I saw that. And he's walking a parade. I'm doing it for her with an arrow pointing to his wife. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm just describing for our listeners what the brochure looks like, okay?
Yeah, it goes nicely with his wife's I'm with stupid t-shirt pointing directly at him.
Or it's down there, we think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, now you got me doing it. Stop.
It complements the T-shirt he put on after reading this New Yorker piece. Mr. Right with an arrow pointing up, and Mr. All Night with an arrow pointing down. Last fall on a sunny day in the Chicago exurbs. Oh, thank you for setting the scene, these talented writers at the New Yorker. Last fall on a sunny day in the Chicago exurbs, J.B. Pritzker, well on his way to re-election as the Democratic governor of Illinois, knocking a few doors and talking up his candidacy. A Republican had won every gubernatorial election in DuPage County since 1932, until Pritzker came along.
Oh, yeah.
He high-fived a kid on a bicycle and shouted, "I love Star Wars," to a boy wearing a Luke Skywalker shirt. And the boy replied, "I love you, Jabba the Hutt." No.
He did not. Did he say that to a kid wearing a Star Wars shirt?
No, I'm just assuming he did.
Oh, but I like your version better.
On Election Day, Pritzker won DuPage County by 15 points, and Deb Conroy became the first Democrat in 75 years to be elected chair of the county board. Sure did. What changed?
How's that going?
What changed, DuPage County? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Answer New Yorker boy's question. What changed? He's got his answer. What's yours? His answer, strong Democratic ground game, unpalatable GOP candidates, and assertive approaches to abortion and assault weapons. When the Supreme Court overturned abortion rights, not what it did, but anyway, she's Deb Conroy. She's a mouth-breathing nitwit, so that's what you get. When the Supreme Court overturned abortion rights, it really got everyone's attention. Republican moderates moved strongly to Democrats. What was left was the far right and Donald Trump ride or die folks, said Conroy. Yeah. Right? Abortion. Interestingly, for all the hand-wringing within GOP ranks about the pro-lifers, particularly in this godforsaken state with the eunuchs that have run the Republican Party for so many generations here, and just absolute Benedict Arnolds like Pat Brady. It's interesting because this is, a hagiography, as I mentioned here. This is a paid-for piece to pump J.B. Pritzker's national ambitions. And yet in the piece, the focus on abortion, the focus on DuPage County, and they go through some other things too, but the author writes, abortion animates J.B. Pritzker like no other issue. Jelly Belly Pritzker, his number one issue is abortion. Isn't that great? Question mark? Mm-hmm. Is that what your number one issue is? Is that what everyone's number one issue is? It seems to be.
It's only one he thinks he can win on.
Well, thinks he can. He
is winning on.
Yeah. Abortion animates Pritzker like no other issue. Quote, unquote. Is that why you voted for him?
312-642-5600 is the number. Our turnkey.pro text line is 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Mm-hmm. Pritzker's view, the political landscape is shifting. The old labels aren't important anymore. He reads the polls as showing strong majorities in favor of abortion access and gun restrictions, and climate change too, as young voters, among young voters. The author writes, in DuPage County, where I watched him chat with a young Star Wars fan last fall, Pritzker sees proof. Situated about 30 miles from downtown Chicago, the county is one of the many suburbs across the country that will be essential to Democrat success in 2024. Well, yeah, but DuPage County went Democrat for presidential candidates a decade earlier than Pritzker. This just in.
Yeah, don't tell them that.
In case you thought it's just one election. Since the last time Illinois elected a Republican governor, the Democrat candidate, this was Pat Quinn, lost DuPage by 24 points, but that belies something. Of course it does. It's just cherry-picking data. When Pat Quinn won in 2010 against Bill Brady, he won DuPage County by 4 points. Oh. The trend lines were heading in the wrong direction for some time. That's what goes unappreciated. So whatever you want to say about Darren Bailey as a candidate or a downstater as a statewide candidate for governor in particular, you have to go back and look at, George Ryan in 1998, 72% of the vote in DuPage County. 12 years later, Bill Brady, 54% of the vote in DuPage County. No, I think it was actually 52, 48, 52% in DuPage County. So 18 points in the decade that preceded Pritzker's election. Since then, with Pritzker on the ballot, the GOP vote declined. The Democrat total rose by 8%. Tara Costa Howard, hey, Glenn Ellen in the House. Glenn Ellen has been called. Tara Costa Howard, who is a pro-abortion lunatic with a fifth grader's vocabulary, grew up in DuPage. Back then in the 80s, her congressman was Henry Hyde. Now she hears enthusiasm for policies stripped of ideology. Oh, right. That's the policies in Illinois are completely stripped of ideology. This is their fairy tale about what's happened here. And of course, it contemplates nothing about the opposition party, which is the big missing part of the story. It's all the genius and the sort of the post. This is Obama-esque. He's post-racial. Pritzker is post-partisan. He's no labels. He's pragmatic. He's a cipher for the radical left, the same as Obama was. It worked once, it can work again, and it's going to continue working given the collective lobotomy of, 60% of suburban households in DuPage County and the collars, but I digress. Now what Tara Costa Howard hears when she talks to herself is enthusiasm for policies stripped of ideology and a notable increase in support for mental health treatment and other social services. When was there opposition? As well as abortion access, gun regulations. It's just abortion and guns, abortion and guns, abortion and guns, emphasis on abortion. There's also a desire for sensible government spending habits reflecting a community that is right-leaning when it comes to dollars. No, it is not. Big lie, big pretend, talk about labeling and phony labeling at that. It's no accident that Pritzker is speaking the same language as Deb Conroy, the county board chair, told me. The Republican vision has narrowed while Pritzker and the Democrats are pursuing policies that resonate with everyone. That's their story, and they're sticking to it. What's the Republican story? I don't know. Somebody tell me. I have no idea. Now, it is worth noting against the backdrop of this sex act masquerading as a profile piece that Pritzker's layest approval rating is about 40.5%. And as has been the case for most of the last 2 decades, a supermajority of Illinoisans think the state's on the wrong track. And that's even as a whole host of them have left for states that actually are unstuck, that are growing, that are hospitable places to live. But okay, that's their story. They got a story. What's yours?
312-642-5600.
George in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, I haven't seen animation like this from a fat man since Jackie Gleason.
Thanks, George. Matt's outside.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. I think Pritzker better get his priorities straight, and I think he better start focusing on white supremacy. I think that's our biggest problem, I've been told.
Yeah. Oh, he will. Thanks for the call, Matt. Yeah, no, of course. All the hustles. All the hustles. And there's nothing new here. There's nothing particularly innovative or even interesting. But in the absence of opposition, you get to tell the fairy tale you want told about yourself. I mean, you have the comm shop. Rich Miller is quoted in this piece, Capital Facts creature down in Springfield, talking about how, for too long, Illinois has been held up by personality conflicts and so on and so forth. Yeah, now everybody's getting along and things are booming. Really? Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Ask any old football player or fan, and they'll tell you offense wins games, but defense wins championships. Sean Thompson here, and you know who else knows that. It's Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group. He knows winning doesn't just happen. It's a result of having a good coach who draws up the right strategy and then makes adjustments along the way. So think of Tom as your retirement defensive coordinator, protecting your retirement savings against inflation, market loss, or a pick six from Uncle Sam. With Tom's complimentary retirement roadmap, you'll find out what's working in your game plan or what's not. If you're serious about winning in retirement, call 630-934-1855. Ask for the retirement roadmap. That's 630-934-1855. Or find Tom online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560 The Answer, Saturday mornings at 9 a.m.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, RWA, an SEC registered investment advisor. RWA and Alpha Wealth Group are independent of each other. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
All right, I'm going to take it in about 10 minutes. Balance of Nature, who is with me? My mom takes hers at night. She cracks opens the capsules and put them on applesauce and eats it that way, but she swears by it. She's been taking Balance of Nature for years, and you know what? My mom looks great. People comment all the time, look at your mom's skin, and she doesn't Botox, and her hair is thick. Her nails are great, and you want to be like Louise. So take Balance of Nature. Call 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. She works out all the time. She works out 4 to 5 times a week, has a set schedule, sleeps better at night, and she just loves her Balance of Nature. 800-246-8751 or online at balanceofnature.com. And be sure to use discount code Chicago.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-299-7878. That's 800-299-7878. 800-299-7878.
Dan Proft here for Northridge Prep, so your son can get an education and get the hell out of here. Northridge Prep, great place to be a boy. What does that mean exactly? In short, it's thanks to a foundation of an all-boys environment that builds your son up into a man of intellect and character who loves God. The teachers and faculty members become mentors to students, and when you combine that with an atmosphere that's fun, competitive, and challenging, it creates an exceptional experience for your son. The result is the boys just love Northridge Prep. They've been educating boys for nearly 50 years, and one of the things that stands out is their commitment to partnering with parents. You hear this a lot with schools, but at Northridge it's real. Parents can't stop talking about it because they built a community that really works together. Raising kids is difficult, but at Northridge you can be confident your son is on the right path. They're having an open house this coming Sunday, October 22nd, for boys in grades 6 through 12. You can register for that open house today at northridgeprep.org. Again, the open house is this coming Sunday, October 22nd. Boys grades 6 through 12, register at northridgeprep.org.
Looking to give your home a one-of-a-kind makeover? It's time to think outside the box with Forever Remodeling. We're highly skilled to design and build kitchens, bathrooms, and basements using state-of-the-art 3D design software, customer communication software, and a dedicated project manager throughout your project. With Forever Remodeling, imagine a kitchen that's an extension of your personality, a bathroom that's a spa-like sanctuary, and a basement that's a canvas for your dreams. Reach out to us at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, visit surroundchicago.com right now. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level. Visit surroundchicago.com today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, I don't know if you saw this, but I follow Governor Pritzker on X, or formerly known as Twitter. He tweeted out, the Rock River is gorgeous this time of year. Illinois really is in the hashtag middle of everything because, you know, that's their big spoof to try and get people to visit here. It's a picture. It's not Rockford, Illinois. It's the Amalfi Coast.
Yeah, I saw that.
I sent it to you. And he hasn't corrected it or deleted this tweet. It's been up for hours. I mean, that's if Rockford looks like that, I'm moving there right now because that is a beautiful place to live.
If Rockford looked like that, it would look like Rockford because of the property taxes. So yeah, but no, I did see that. Maybe it's just grand visions. He doesn't know. He gets airlifted around from the Gold Coast to Springfield and back.
To his place in Wisconsin and to his place in Florida.
Yeah, around the world.
Don't let facts get in the way of trying to promote tourism. I mean, the water is emerald blue. The homes they're in a lush, terrain. With this beautiful bridge. It looks like the island of Sodor if you watched Thomas the Tank Engine ever.
No, but I think I did see Gore Vidal's house on the cliffs there in Rockford. So that was sort of my tip-off. Anyway, I got something, too, I wanted to address on the bread and circus aside, which, of course, is more important to everybody than their quality of life, public policy, the state they live in, their schools, etc. Netflix. Netflix is opening retail stores.
Yeah, what?
It's going to offer dining, live entertainment that leverages its TV shows. It has not announced the locations yet, but brick and mortar Netflix outfits. Would you go to a Netflix experience, like an experiential Netflix store? Yeah.
This is what I was envisioning when I heard it. I thought, oh well, maybe they'll have cast members from a show we love.
Well, they can't be everywhere all at once.
No, I know, but you can have different care, like Virgin River. Some of the cast and crew from Virgin River may be at the brick and mortar Netflix store in Chicago, so then everybody would flock there to.
Well, and if you go to the AMC in Chicago, you expect to see Harrison Ford when you go to see Indiana Jones? No, I don't think so. They're talking about this being like a restaurant experience deal with their, that promotes their mostly worthless programming. I think they misunderstand the streaming services to begin with, though, their own business.
They're raising prices, by the way, $2.
So, I want to watch movies where I don't have to be around other people. I don't want to watch movies or shows with other people.
No, not everybody's like you. Some want to interact with other people.
I'm of the philosophy of William James, the American philosopher, the father of American psychology, actually, who said, "I've always found people interesting. I've just never cared for them very much." And so that's. But I mean, why you want to watch a movie, one of the rare movies on Netflix that's any good, and then you want to watch it with 300 people eating cheeseburgers? I don't. Well, you could just go to a movie theater for that. How does that? I don't get it.
Okay.
I don't understand. By the way, so I do have some movie recommendations since we're on the topic.
Oh yes.
For people.
Oh, real quick, what was that White Sox one? Because I want to watch that. I download it. It was on Netflix about.
About Mike Veck, the Veck family.
The Veck family. Yes.
Yeah.
What was it called? I'll look it up, but it was Mike Veck. Okay.
With the Saint of Second Chances.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've already recommended that. I really just need to dispense with this political stuff and become a film critic. But anyway, this just was released on Amazon, even though the movie came out last year. Casey Affleck, who is a very good actor. Dreamin' Wild.
Okay.
Watch that.
On Amazon, Dreaming Wild.
Yeah. And then also, you're going to have to, shell out a few shekels, but yeah, that's one. I think it's only $6. And then the other one actually is Mel Gibson and Garrett Hedlund, Desperation Road. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, like action movie. But Dreamin' Wild is much more, artistic and well written, but the Desperation Road's not bad, and it's pretty entertaining.
And I recommend Lessons in Chemistry. It's on Apple TV. Brie Larson plays this chemist. She's brilliant, and then she morphs into being an on-air TV personality, a celebrity chef, so to speak, back in the 50s. So,
no.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a hard no from Dan. All right. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk to our friend Guy Benson, townhall.com. Is Guy ready to stop characterizing himself as a proud Northwestern alum yet? 8:38.
I'm going to stay out of that conversation. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
55 degrees at 8:32. A Lebanese news outlet says 2 U.S. military bases have come under attack in Syria. One was a drone attack. U.S. vetoing a UN resolution calling for a pause in the Israel-Hamas conflict, while President Biden will address the night the nation tonight about the war in the Gaza Strip. Biden once again confirming through his sources that the Gaza hospital damaged by a rocket had a rocket fired at it by Islamic militants, not Israel.
Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if it had a different footprint.
Biden also says he's working on getting Americans kidnapped by Hamas freed. Another vote for Speaker of the House expected later today. This after Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan fell short of the 217 needed to be elected for the second time in 2 days. Earthquake drills will be held around the world today for the International Shakeout. Schools and workplaces worldwide. Authorities investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint in Schaumburg. FBI says a man entered the U.S. Bank on Meacham Road yesterday, displayed a handgun, demanded money, and fled. Protesters in Chicago continue to show their support for the Palestinian people in Gaza. This protester was one of a few thousand to show up at Federal Plaza.
It is the duty of our Congress people and the Biden administration to demand that Israel stop its bombing immediately.
Utility customers across the state could see a massive increase on their natural gas bill with zero input from taxpayers. An administrative judge at the Illinois Commerce Commission recommended a rate increase for the four gas companies, the regulated monopolies of Ameren, Nicor, Peoples, and North Shore Gas. There's a deadline coming up for Illinois small businesses that you may not know about. Business owners are having a plan imposed on them by the state. They now need to offer their own retirement programs or impose the state's program. Final deadline for companies that have 5 to 15 employees to comply is November 1st. Those who don't will be subject to fines and penalties in the first year. Blackhawks and Colorado tonight as the Hawks wrap up a 5-game season-opening road trip. Bulls wrap up exhibition play tonight against the Timberwolves. The news, a service of Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now, danandamy247.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk sees an upset section of the voting bloc.
Early 30-somethings in America are very angry right now. 28 to 32-year-old voters that have the worthless piece of paper called a college diploma, lots of student loan debt, lots of credit card debt. They do not own homes. Many of them are putting off having children because it's too expensive, and they're angry.
The Charlie Kirk Show, afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
If your car goes on the fritz, you rush to the garage for repairs. But if you've got high blood pressure, well, what do you do then? 1 out of 2 adults have high blood pressure. It's not a rare occurrence. It's not like a super blue moon. And the thing is, managing it has gotten so much easier. Now you can get help from a small bottle of juice from my friends at 120 Life. It's a natural juice drink that helps lower your blood pressure without enriching Big Pharma or the side effects of pills. The juice has pomegranates, tart cherries, cranberry, hibiscus, beetroot, and magnesium, all natural ingredients that help control my blood pressure. I'm taking it. I love it. Go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com and order their 2-week trial pack. Order it now. Enjoy risk-free money-back guarantee. If you don't see lower blood pressure numbers in 2 weeks, you get your money back. You're not going to see that from Big Pharma. Use coupon code LIBERTY at checkout. Save 15%. 120life.com. We need more stuff like this.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-990-8755 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-990-8755. That's 800-990-8755. What do you have to lose? Call 800-990-8755. Again, 800-990-8755.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee. Online at papanicholas.com.
8:37, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Dell Technologies and Intel, pushing what technology can do so great ideas can happen. Right now, find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Know. Kennedy inbound right now is just a shade over 90 minutes from O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. Outbound, 40 minutes to the big airport. Ike in, it's an hour 7, 390 to the old post office. Ike outbound, accident right lane blocked, approaching Route 390, jammed up there. And the Stevenson inbound, jam between Harlem and the Dan Ryan. It's an hour into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Stevenson outbound accident left shoulder. It's being cleared out of your way at Western Avenue. We're looking at delays on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound between Roosevelt and Monroe, and delays on the Veterans Toll Road northbound between North Avenue and 290. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Cloudy with a couple of showers in your forecast, high 62, 55 right now. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The woman, question mark, at NYU Law, who now somewhat famously lost her job offer at Winston & Strawn because of the pro-Hamas statements that she issued. New York University Law Student Body President Rhino Workman sent a newsletter to classmates expressing unwavering and absolute solidarity with Palestinians in their resistance against oppression toward oppression toward liberation and self-determination. The blame, she wrote, for the tremendous loss of life is Israel's apartheid regime. So Winston & Strawn, under public pressure from some of these big bucks dudes saying, I'm going to take the names and tell all my friends not to hire these people. Winston & Strawn rescinded their offer. She told The Intercept that she's maintaining a resolve. By the way, I'm saying she. The Intercept refers to her as they. That's important. Much like we talked about that climate activist associate professor at the School of the Art Institute in Chicago, who is trans and called Israelis human excrement. The he pretending to be a she at the Art Institute. We have a they at New York University Law School. That's important, the politics of it. Anyway, Workman told The Intercept, what's been driving me is the resilience of the Palestinians in this moment, the fact they're still using their voice, they're still standing strong, they're still here, they're asking us to continue to speak out and show up for them. And I will continue to speak out for them and ask for these demands of an immediate ceasefire and this provision of the humanitarian assistance and so on and so forth. She is not at all dissuaded from her ill-informed agitprop because she lost the position at Winston & Strawn. Something else to take notice of for people that are rallying around Bill Ackman or Ken Griffin because they're saying, yeah, we're not going to hire these individuals and we're going to tell our friends not to. Like that's going to usher in some paradigm shift in the academy. I would argue it's not. And by the way, the criticism of university presidents like Michael Schill, the Dickensian name Michael Schill at Northwestern, really is not coming from a quarter that matters to them. Dan Proft or other conservatives are saying Michael Schill is a fork-tongued coward. Big deal. What does that mean to him? Nothing. As long as the professor stands by him, as long as more or less the board stands by him or stands quietly, which a lot of them do. And interesting, I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a congregant to a synagogue, big synagogue on the North Shore. And he was telling me about his rabbi, who is a well-known rabbi, and how upset his rabbi was at Michael Schill's equivocation on the Hamas terrorist attack. And, I mean, he had choice words for Michael Schill, even though this has been an otherwise, pro-Northwestern University person. And I said to my friend, well, okay, well, so when's the rabbi going to say something publicly? Well, there's the politics of it. No, I don't know. Tell me. Tell me how in this moment, when you see institutional leaders that you otherwise support retreating from the moral position on the issue, that you don't say something, particularly as a faith leader. No, I don't accept that. Just as I don't accept the contrived, cynically timed pullback of big bucks donors to Ivy League schools after having completed their 5-year pledge, as that Penn guy that we mentioned earlier in the show, or after giving $500 million to Harvard, as Ken Griffin has. Sorry, not impressed. Your private condemnation does not impress me. For more perspective on the academy, including our shared alma mater, Northwestern University, pleased to be joined by Guy Benson, who, of course, is the host of Fox News Radio's The Guy Benson Show. And he is also townhall.com's political editor. Guy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to be back. Thanks.
So what's your perspective on our shared alma mater?
Well, it's a place that I really love. I bleed purple. I really valued going there, had a great time there. And it is so sad and upsetting to see what's happening. And look, it's always been a lefty place. It was a lefty place when I was there. It's a lefty place when you were there. It was not a radical place when we were there. And it has been basically captured by the radicals. The previous president, to get in the weeds a little bit, Morty Shapiro, a lefty himself, of course, but he was an adult, and he would stand up for these lunatics when it mattered. And they knew that. And he retired, and they brought in this guy, Schill, who was not their first choice. I think he was their third choice for various reasons. And he has just been terrible. I mean, I don't know the guy. I met him briefly once. I don't hate the man, but he's not a leader. He's butchered a number of big decisions, starting with the football coach situation and now something much more significant. And, I mean, the fact that they basically stood silent. This is a school that comments on everything. I mean, I don't know if you're on their email list, Dan, still, but they comment on
they've blocked me.
Everything. Yeah. That's possible. Yeah, they're like, let's delete his info. But when this happens, when that happens, something in the world, something in the country, something that the left wing is fired up about, out comes a university statement about it. Hitting all the buzzwords. And then on this one, very conspicuously, there was just nothing for days. And people started to notice. And people were sending me notes saying, hey, have you seen anything? What's going on here? Then I was able to break the story because someone sent me an email, a private email screenshot of the president's office telling a group of alumni that the institution was not planning to make a statement on this. So I put that out there on Twitter. It really went viral. So the next day they ended up putting out a public statement saying that they weren't going to make an institutional statement. And he tried to sort of separate his own values personally from that of the school and saying, we don't want to trample on anyone else's speech rights by putting our thumb on the scale. I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
That would be inappropriate, except they do that every time for everything else. And they never care about, offending conservative views on anything ever, except all of a sudden this one they have to be scrupulously neutral. And he said, so now, I just don't think we should be commenting on these types of things in general. Then that didn't go over well, so he had to do a follow-up statement clarifying that they're not in favor of Hamas slaughtering Jews. I mean, it's been a mess.
Yeah, but
also too, just one, 2 points on that. One is, Michael Schill does the identity politics response. As a citizen, as a Jew, these are my views, but I can't speak for the institution. So that's that's rank pandering. Number one. Number two, he doesn't understand how free speech works, which is sort of a problem if you're a university president. He can speak, and I can speak, and you can speak, and we can all speak at the same time. That's how it works. So it's really beneath the position to be that intellectually dishonest and that much of a rank panderer in an identitarian way.
On that point, just one other thing here, which I think is important. Since he has become the president of the university has made institutional comment on, for example, the Supreme Court striking down racial discrimination in college admissions. He expressed his disappointment with the court and condemned the decision.
Right.
They also, Northwestern did put out their statement in favor of Ukraine and standing with Ukraine against Russia. Now, I happen to agree with that statement. I disagree with the Supreme Court one, but he had no compunction on any of this stuff, and the school hasn't for years. Now, all of a sudden, you have the worst killing spree of Jews since the Holocaust in a single day, and suddenly the wildcat's got his tongue. I don't get it.
Well, what about the Asian American Studies program and their faculty members? They're not being quiet on this at all.
No. So because the university is not leading, you now have these sort of ad hoc statements going out from different departments and different deans. Some of them have been good. Some of them have been bad. And then some of them have been disgraceful, which is the one that you just mentioned. Asian American Studies. Apparently, the entire faculty of that department put out this statement, which was sent to me. So, by the way, I'm now getting tips on a daily basis from Northwestern undergrads. I mean, I've been out of that place for a long time, but they're finding me because for all the talk of how students are going to feel unsafe because of words, which has been this progressive anti-speech tactic they've been using for years, there are Jewish students across this country who absolutely actually feel unsafe because of the things being said by their classmates about the deaths of Jews. And I actually understand this is maybe the first instance where a large group of people across the country is actually justified in saying this might not be a safe environment for us, given what we're seeing. So this was one of the many tips that I got. It's the statement from these professors. This is faculty. This is not some stupid 19-year-old who's, hates mom and dad and has been taught to hate the country. These are the people teaching the stupid 19-year-olds.
Right.
And among other things, they took offense. The faculty of this department at Northwestern took offense on behalf of Hamas that people were comparing Hamas to ISIS. And they said it's Islamophobic to attack Hamas that way, which is just an insane thing. I mean, just overtly defending the honor of Hamas in that statement. And they called Hamas a political group. They framed them not as a terrorist organization, but as a political group. And then they did all the normal, genuflecting about, the Palestinian plight and Islamophobia, all the stuff. And then they threw in half a sentence at the very end about, and by the way, we're not anti-Semitic. We don't like that either, which is not terribly convincing. It was a pro-Hamas defense from a faculty group at Northwestern. And again, I just wonder if you're a Jewish student, how do you feel sitting in one of those classes? I heard from one of them saying, look, when there were some hate crimes against Asian people, and we had the big hashtag Stop Asian Hate, we had rallies about that. I was fully on board for that. And here's professors from this group of the school on, the identity group we were rallying behind against hate against them. And they're cheering on, basically, or justifying not just hatred, but mass murder of my people. Where's the reciprocity? And there isn't reciprocity. And I think some eyes are being opened right now in a way that is, I'm sure, frightening and disturbing as it should be.
If only people would read Shelby Steele. Shelby Steele had this op-ed on Black Lives Matter a couple years ago in which he again described this post-civil rights era bargain between the races, black and white. And it's applicable now to all of the quote-unquote marginalized populations that have this suicide pact. This is about power politics. This is ideological. He wrote of the white-black dynamic. Both whites and blacks on the left need blacks to be victims. Whites need blacks they can save to prove their innocence of racism. Blacks must put themselves forward as victims, the better to make their case for continued entitlements. This is a corruption because it makes black suffering into a moral power to be wielded rather than a condition to be overcome. And that's what you have, and this is why I was referencing the trans thing with the NU Law School student and the School at the Art Institute professor. It's the same deal. You run my identitarian scam with me, and I'll run yours.
But apparently there's an exception for perhaps the most historically marginalized group on Earth, because there's enough people out there who hate them, and because on the grievance totem pole they've been demoted several rungs for reasons that I think go back to quite a lot of bigotry and also just anti-Western stuff and a whole series of, I would say, very ridiculous and morally bankrupt calculations. That is an exception now where I hope, and I'm not trying to speak on behalf of American Jews, I'm not Jewish, but I've heard from so many of my Jewish friends and neighbors who are deeply alarmed, left, right, and center. I think the righties are kind of like, yeah, we see this, we've always seen this with clear eyes. I think some of the folks on the left who are aghast at what's happening, they were perhaps participants in sort of the bargain that Shelby Steele was just describing, and then they realized, oh, it actually doesn't flow back this direction when we need it the most. And I hope that is a meaningful realization, because that needs to impact, behavior and future choices as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's, when people start to give you indications of where they're going, you should take judicial notice. I mean, I've mentioned this many times now, but the BDS movement, which was born and is about the only place that still thrives on college campuses, those were some of the first steps down this path. And every time there's been conflict in the Middle East between Israel and any of the Arab world, you see where your otherwise fellow travelers in the West, where they're going. You see where the center of gravity is in the party with Tlaib and Omar and others. I mean, if it's not obvious now, it never will be obvious.
And I think a lot of it goes back to this just absolutely and ethically bereft framework that they use on the left, which is oppressor versus oppressed.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, some of this is just old school anti-Semitism. People hate Jews. That's very much at play here. You mentioned Rashida Tlaib. I think that's where she lands. But for some of these other sort of fuzzy-brained people who just want to be pristinely progressive on everything, and they want to make sure that they're doing all the intersectionality duties properly and making sure that all the victims are getting their sympathy and the other people are bad, the oppressor versus oppressed framework is, I think, a contributing factor here, an explanatory one for a lot of folks, because they see Israel and they see, okay, these people are successful for the most part. It's a wealthy country. It's a Western country. Yeah. They're allied with the United States. They call them white, which is not actually accurate on numerous levels, but that's kind of like the quick heuristic thinking. And they're like, okay, on the other hand, you have these other people, and sure, they might be quote-unquote terrorists, is of course what America calls them. I'm not sure if that's true, but they're poorer for the most part. They are marginalized. They don't have their own state, and I don't really know why that is. That detail matters a lot, but many of these people are ignorant, and they look a certain way, and so they're the oppressed. Israel's the oppressor. So even if the oppressor has a bunch of its babies slaughtered by the oppressed, well, you have to break a few eggs to get justice or whatever. That's the mentality that a lot of people have, and it is appalling, and it's, I think, incumbent on people who believe in actual human rights and civilization and that sort of thing to fight it aggressively, because the barbarians are fighting it like they believe it over there, right? They're murdering as many people as they can, and going all the way back to your use of the word apartheid, quoting some of these people at the beginning of the segment, Dan, a crucial reality to remember for all the talk of apartheid, because they use that a lot against Israel. 20% of the population in Israel is Arab. They vote. They have political parties. They serve in government. They serve in the military. They have rights. They are members of that society. They live peacefully, overwhelmingly side by side with Jewish people. That's the so-called apartheid state of Israel. The only Jews, by contrast, the only Jews in Gaza are being held at gunpoint as hostages. And these people call Israel apartheid. It's absolutely backwards, totally disgustingly backwards.
Do you think there's any hope they'll be released unharmed?
Oh God, I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, my hopes are dim just because look at who we're dealing with, and I find it very telling that these imbeciles calling for a ceasefire, right? To basically say Israel, they've called for a ceasefire from the very beginning. Oh, Israel, don't defend yourself, don't do this anymore, take it lying down. Sorry, Jews, you can't fight back. You would think if they actually believed in the ceasefire and trying to get to some meaningful de-escalation, they would be rallying in the streets against Hamas, demanding a release of the hostages that are still alive. But oddly, guys, that doesn't seem to be their focus, does it?
No, but one of the other things here, too, that I can't emphasize enough because not enough people do, that the white guilt that Shelby Steele wrote about, the Jewish guilt that's an analog, that enables fascism, including Islamofascism, which you're seeing from Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations. I hope more scales fall from more eyes as well.
Yep.
Guy Benson, host of Fox News Radio's The Guy Benson Show, and he's also townhall.com's political editor. Guy, thank you as always.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify and receive your free tax assessment by dialing 800-419-0017. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-419-0017. 800-419-0017. That's 800-419-0017.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks to George Hoffman and Quinn McCarthy. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
President Biden will be prime time. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, addressing the nation tonight from the Oval Office at 8 o'clock Eastern, the day after his trip to Israel. He's urging Congress to approve more military aid, including missiles for Israel's Iron Dome air defense. He also said on his way back on Air Force One while there,
He's very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Get it to Gaza.
and Israel's going to allow Egypt to get that aid in. More than 1 million Palestinian civilians have fled their homes as Israel keeps bombing terror targets. Food's in short supply, only dirty water available to drink as Hamas keeps fighting back.
Once again today, they're firing on Tel Aviv, and the Israelis are continuing their airstrikes along the Gaza Strip. We were just watching in one of the communities along the border, black smoke rising up from the horizon as different Hamas targets were hit inside Gaza.
That's Fox's Trey Yingst. Down, some Americans suffered minor injuries. For a third day in a row, the House will vote again for Speaker. Conservative Jim Jordan still trying, but Fox's Ryan Schmelz reports from the Capitol.
The numbers have been trending in the wrong direction, as Jordan saw 22 Republicans vote against him after 20 did so earlier in the week. Iowa Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks was one of those who flipped against Jordan between rounds and is now saying she's received death threats, something Jordan has strongly condemned.
Well, there's breaking news out of Georgia. Lawyer Sidney Powell in court ready to accept a plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. She's one of 19 people charged, including former President Trump. America's listening to Fox. 9:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Partly sunny right now and 55, and authorities continue investigating after a bank was robbed at gunpoint. The FBI says a man entered the U.S. Bank on Meacham Road in Schaumburg yesterday morning, displayed a handgun, demanded money, and fled. Protesters in Chicago continue to show their support for the Palestinian people. And Larry Snelling lays out his vision for the city's embattled department. Job one, rallying the community.
I want to be clear, transparent, so that the community understands what the police are dealing with and that they understand that our police department is out there for the safety of every community.
Snelling takes over a department partially defunded and down nearly 1,500 officers. Chicago sports finds the Blackhawks finishing up a 5-game season-opening road swing when they visit Colorado tonight, coming off a win over Toronto. Bulls wrap up exhibition play in the NBA against the Timberwolves at the UC. Handful of Cubs and White Sox players have a chance at winning Gold Gloves next month. Luis Robert Jr. was the only Southsider nominated. 3 Cubs are nominated, including Dansby Swanson, looking for his second straight Gold Glove at short. The news service of Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns, Saturdays at noon. 9:03, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Don't let everyday aches and pains keep you from living your best life.
I don't think I really...